Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. I think we can start now. Yeah? We can start now. Yeah? Yeah, you settling down. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Okay. The third plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. First, the General Assembly will hear a presentation by the Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization under item 110. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, colleagues, and friends. The United Nations Charter sends a clear message to us all: put people first. The first words of the Charter, we, the peoples, are a summons to place people at the center of our work. Every day, everywhere. People with anxieties and aspirations, people with heartbreaks and hopes, and above all, people with rights. Those rights are not a favor to be rewarded or withheld. They are an endowment for simply being human. Across the first half of my mandate, I've had the good fortune to meet people around the world, not in gilded meeting rooms, but where they live and work and dream. And I have listened. I have heard families in the South Pacific who fear their lives being swept away by rising seas. Young refugees in the Middle East yearning for a return to school and home. Ebola survivors in North Kivu struggling to rebuild their lives. Women demanding equality and opportunity. People of all beliefs and traditions who suffer simply because of who they are, and so many others. We are living in a world of disquiet. A great many people fear getting trampled, thwarted, left behind. Machines take their jobs, traffickers take their dignity, demagogues take their rights, warlords take their lives, fossil fuels take their future, and yet people believe in the spirit and ideas that bring us to this hall. They believe in the United Nations. But do they believe in us? Do they believe as leaders we will put people first? Because we, the leaders, must deliver for we, the peoples. Excellencies, people have a right to live in peace. 1 year ago in this room, I spoke of winds of hope despite the chaos and confusion of our world. And since then, some of those currents continue to move in promising directions. Against the expectations of many, elections unfolded peacefully in Madagascar, the Maldives, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to name just a few. Greece and the Republic of North Macedonia resolved their decades-long name dispute. Political dialogue in Sudan and the peace process in the Central African Republic have brought renewed hope. And the long-sought step forward has just been taken on the political path out of the tragedy in Syria and in line with Security Council Resolution 2254. As I announced yesterday, an agreement has been reached with all parties for a credible, balanced, and inclusive Syrian-owned and Syrian-led constitutional committee. My special envoy just left Damascus after finalizing the last details with the government and the opposition. And the United Nations look forward to convening the committee in Geneva in the coming weeks. But, Excellencies, across the global landscape, we see conflicts persisting, terrorism spreading, and the risk of a new arms race growing. Outside interferences, often in violation of Security Council resolutions, make peace processes more difficult. And so many situations remain unresolved, from Yemen to Libya to Afghanistan and beyond. A succession of unilateral actions threatens to torpedo a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. And in Venezuela, 4 million people have fled the country, one of the largest displacements in the world. Tensions are elevated in South Asia, where differences need to be addressed through dialogue. And above all, we are facing the alarming possibility of armed conflict in the Gulf, the consequences of which the world cannot afford. The recent attack on Saudi Arabia oil facilities was totally unacceptable. In a context where a minor miscalculation can lead to a major confrontation, we must do everything possible to push for reason and restraint. And I hope for a future in which all the countries of the region can live in a state of mutual respect and cooperation without interference in each other's affairs. And I hope equally that it will still be possible to preserve the progress on nuclear non-proliferation represented by the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Excellencies, from day one, I have emphasized prevention, mediation, and the surge in diplomacy for peace to address the crises we face. Consider the lives we can save by intensifying our investments to sustain peace around the world. Across some of the most troubled corners of the world, some 100,000 UN peacekeepers protect civilians and promote peace. And through the Action for Peacekeeping initiative, we are strengthening our effectiveness and efficiency, and we are renewing partnerships with troop and police contributing countries, host countries, and regional organizations such as the African Union and the European Union. And I'm also proud of the work of our humanitarians easing suffering around the world. Fully half of all international relief aid is channeled through the United Nations, ensuring that millions receive protection, food, medicine, shelter, water, and other life-saving forms of assistance. This year alone, in brutal attacks and other circumstances, we have lost at least 80 peacekeepers, humanitarians, and others, all of whom gave their lives serving the United Nations and trying to better the lives of others. I honor their service and their sacrifice. Excellencies, we have bolstered our counterterrorism architecture and defined new strategies to tackle violent extremism and address root causes while respecting human rights. And I have put forward a new disarmament agenda to advance global peace. In the near term, the New START agreement must be extended. We must work to address the heightened threat posed by ballistic missiles and ensure a successful 2020 review of the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. The situation of the Korean Peninsula remains uncertain, and I fully support the efforts towards a new summit between the President of the United States and the leader of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And at this time of transition and dysfunction in global power relations, there is a new risk looming on the horizon that may not yet be large, but it is real. I fear the possibility of a great fracture, the world splitting in two, with the two largest economies on Earth creating two separate and competing worlds, each with their own dominant currency, trade and financial rules, their own internet and artificial intelligence capacities, and their own zero-sum geopolitical and military strategies. We must do everything possible to avert the great fracture and maintain a universal system, a universal economy with universal respect for international law, a multipolar world with strong multilateral institutions. Excellencies, people have a right to security in all its dimensions. Every measure to uphold human rights helps deliver sustainable development and peace. In the 21st century, we must see human rights with a vision that speaks to each and every human being and encompasses all rights: economic, social, cultural, political, and civil. It would be a mistake to ignore or diminish economic, social, and cultural rights. But it would be equally misguided to think that those rights are enough to answer people's yearnings for freedom. Human rights are universal and indivisible. One cannot pick and choose, favoring some while disdaining others. People have a right to well-being and dignified standards of life, with health, housing, and food, social protection, and a sustainable environment. Education, not only to learn things, but to learn how to learn and prepare to the future. And decent jobs, especially for young people. These rights permeate the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and they are among our best tools for preventing conflict. Yet, we are not on track. Inequality is exploding. Our global economy generates great flows of income, but this prosperity is captured by a small number of elites. It is a sad fact of our world today that one's chances of leading a life free of want and in full human dignity still depend more on the circumstances of one's birth than one's innate capacities. Today's Sustainable Development Goals Summit and the Thursday's dialogue on financing are opportunities to ramp up ambition, including by utilizing the promise of technology and innovation as recommended by the high-level panel on digital cooperation that has concluded its report. Excellencies, as was emphasized in yesterday's Climate Action Summit, the climate emergency is a race we are losing, but it is a race we can win if we change our ways now. Even our language has to adapt. What once was called climate change is now truly a climate crisis. And what was once called global warming has more accurately become global heating. We are seeing unprecedented temperatures, unrelenting storms, and undeniable science. 10 days ago, in the Bahamas, I saw the ruin caused by Hurricane Dorian. That aftermath is a mere prelude to what science tells us is on its way. But something else is on its way: solutions. And the world is starting to move, not yet fast enough, but move in the right direction, away from fossil fuels and towards the opportunities of a green economy. And the Climate Summit highlighted some of the solutions we need to scale up in order to dramatically reduce emissions, keep temperatures rise to 1.5 degrees, and reach carbon neutrality by 2050. But we are not yet there. We must build on this momentum and do much more to be able to defeat climate change. Excellences.
Excellencies, people have a right to the fundamental freedoms that every country has promised to uphold. Yet, we today are at a critical juncture where advances made across decades are threatened, reversed, or undermined. We see wide-ranging impunity, including impunity for violations of international humanitarian law. We also see new forms of authoritarianism appearing, and the civic space is narrowing and citizens' voices are being stifled. Human rights advocates, environmental activists, and journalists are being targeted. Day after day, click by click, camera by camera, surveillance systems are expanding their reach and encroaching on our privacy. But these breaches go beyond the breakdown in rules governing the behavior of states and businesses. They are playing out on a deeper level. They bring into question our very compassion and our humanity. At a time when record numbers of refugees and internally displaced people are on the move, solidarity is on the run. We see borders, but also hearts closing and whole societies become hostile to foreigners. We can see refugees' families torn apart and the right to seek asylum flouted. We must restore the integrity of the international refugee protection regime and fulfill the promises of responsibility sharing set out in the Global Compact on Refugees. We must also build on the landmark adoption of the first ever Global Compact on Migration last December. And we have to strengthen international cooperation for orderly and regular migration and counter the smugglers and criminals who enrich themselves on the backs of vulnerable people. All migrants must see their human rights respected. Excellencies, around the world today, fear, sadly, is gaining ground. Isolation and mistrust are being used for political purposes, and that is why I launched two initiatives. The first one is a UN system-wide strategy to tackle hate speech. And the second one is an action plan to support efforts to safeguard religious sites and to uphold the right to religious freedom. Any minority, religious, ethnic, or other, must fully enjoy their basic rights. Social cohesion is rarely easy to obtain. Strong investments need to ensure that diverse community feels that their identities are respected and that they have a stake in the society as a whole. To those who insist on oppression or division, I say diversity is not a threat, it's a richness. It is unacceptable in the 21st century for women and men to be persecuted because of their identity, belief, or sexual orientation. We, of course, must also
around the world. That means continuing to push back against the pushback against women's rights. It also means calling out a troubling commonality in terrorist attacks, extremist ideologies, and brutal crimes, the violent misogyny of the perpetrators. And it means stepping up our efforts to expand opportunity. At present trends, it will take 2 centuries to close the gap in economic empowerment. We cannot accept a world that tells my granddaughters that equality must wait for their granddaughters'
Excellencies, as we continue all this vital work and more, I've launched ambitious reforms to make the United Nations more effective. I count on you to place our organization on sound financial footing. In an ever more divided world, we need a strong United Nations. Next year, we will mark the 75th anniversary of the UN, a critical moment to renew our common project. The problems we face are real, but so is hope. As we strive to serve people, we also can be inspired by people. Over the past 2.5 years, I've spent time with young African girls learning to code, with teachers equipping young people with new skills for the future, with entrepreneurs in many fields leading the world innovation by innovation into the green economy. They and so many others are helping to build the future we want. Their aspirations and their human rights must always be our touchstone. We are here to serve. We are here to advance the common good while upholding our shared humanity and values. That vision united the founders of our organization. At a time of division today, we must reconnect with that spirit. Let us restore trust, rebuild hope, and move ahead together. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his presentation. The General Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. Heads of State and Government, Secretary General, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the general debate of the 74th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your presence is a veritable testament to the primacy of this great multilateral body. The issues herein raised are most critical and increasingly urgent for the attainment of international peace and security, as well as the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. We have remained for too long at the crossroads of human development. And if we will propel humanity to attain its utmost capacity, then we need to join efforts in finding solutions to the untold hardship from violent conflicts, terrorism, natural disasters, drug and sex trafficking, illiteracy, and so on, which millions of people around the world suffer from. In 1945, rising from the ashes of the Second World War, this organization was created to ensure that never again will we traverse that destructive path. Despite occasional failings on our part, much good has happened to humanity because of this great organization. Excellencies, our most recent achievement is the adoption of the transformative and ambitious 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015. The implementation of the SDGs by 2030 must be a priority in the interest of the billions of people who may never step inside this great hall, but who hope that the work undertaken here will galvanize efforts for poverty eradication, zero hunger, quality education, climate action, and inclusion. Achieving our targets under the SDGs requires cooperation in both financing and the sharing of experience. Without doubt, the challenges posed by health pandemics, terrorism, displacement, climate change, as well as illiteracy and poverty will not be resolved by individual countries, as they all require focused cooperation to stem. As President of the 74th session, I'll work with all delegations and with the other organs of the United Nations to advance the implementation of the priorities which I have set out for the 74th session of the Assembly. The promotion of international peace and security is at the heart of the work of the United Nations. We must continue to strengthen the organization by ensuring that its peace and security architecture is appropriate for the 21st century, particularly making a priority of prevention. Drivers of conflict, such as poverty, inequality, human rights abuses, lack of access to education, and
both within and outside of the United Nations framework, to build a world where there is no impunity, there is no hideout or shelter to criminals and corrupt people. Under my administration, Italian terrorist Cesare Battisti fled Brazil, was later arrested in Bolivia and then extradited to Italy. 3 other terrorists from Paraguay and 1 from Chile who used to live in Brazil up until recently as political refugees have also been returned to their countries of origin. Terrorists operating under the guise of politically persecuted individuals will no longer find refuge in Brazil. Not too long ago, socialist presidents who preceded me in Brazil embezzled and misused hundreds of billions of dollars to buy a part of the media and of the Brazilian parliament, all in the name of an absolute power agenda. They have been tried and punished thanks to the sense of patriotism, perseverance, and courage of a judge who has become a symbol of my country. I'm talking about Dr. Sergio Moro, our incumbent Minister of Justice and Public Safety. Those presidents who came before me also transferred a sizable amount of these funds to third-party countries with the purpose of fostering and putting in place similar power projects throughout the region. Now, that source of funds has now dried out. Those same top-ranking government officials used or would come here to the UN year after year and make disengaged speeches about topics that never, ever served Brazil's real interests, nor did they ever contribute to foster greater world stability. Still, they were all applauded. In my country, we had no choice but do something about the virtually 70,000 murders and countless violent crimes that used to massacre the Brazilian population every year. Life, after all, is the most basic of human rights. Our military police officers were the preferred target of crime up until recently. In 2017 alone, about 400 military police officers were cruelly murdered. However, that is changing now. Measures have been taken, and we have succeeded in lowering by more than 20% the number of murders in the first 6 months of my administration. Drug seizures, including cocaine and other drugs, have reached record levels so far. Today, Brazil is a safer country and an even more hospitable country. We have just extended visa waiver to countries such as the United States, Japan, Australia, and Canada. And we're currently considering adopting similar measures to China and India, among other countries. With more safety and with these easier, streamlined procedures, we want to ensure that everyone can visit and get to know Brazil, especially the Brazilian Amazonian region, in all of its vastness and natural beauty. The Amazon is not being devastated, nor is it being consumed by fire, as the media misleadingly says. Each of you, ladies and gentlemen, can bear witness to what I'm saying now, and you can do so on a first-hand basis. Make sure you do visit Brazil and get to know Brazil. It is a very different country vis-à-vis the country that has been portrayed in many newspapers and television channels. Religious persecution is a scourge we should all tirelessly fight. In the past few years, we have witnessed in different regions of the world cowardly attacks that have victimized followers and faithful gathering in churches, synagogues, and mosques. Brazil strongly condemns all of these acts and remains ready to collaborate together with other countries to protect those who are oppressed because of their faith. The Brazilian people is particularly concerned about the increasing persecution, discrimination, and violence against missionaries and religious minorities, as has been seen in different geographies of the world. We therefore support establishing the International Day in memory of victims of acts of violence as a result of creed, religion, and related values. On that date, we will yearly celebrate those who suffer the harmful consequences of religious persecution. It is not acceptable at all that in the 21st century, with so many tools, instruments, treaties, organizations aimed at ultimately enshrining all types of rights, it is not acceptable that today we see millions of Christians and people of other religions who have ultimately lost their lives or freedom because of their faith. Evidence of Brazil's devotion to the peace cause is found in the solid history of Brazil's contributions to United Nations missions. For 70 years now, Brazil has given actual effective contributions to the United Nations peacekeeping operations. And we support all ongoing efforts to ensure that these missions become more effective and ultimately bring about real, concrete benefits to the countries receiving them. Under extremely diverse situations in countries such as Haiti, the Lebanon, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Brazilian troops have been recognized for the high quality of their work and for their respect towards the population, respect for human rights, and the guiding principles in peacekeeping operations. I again reaffirm our willingness to uphold our concrete contributions to the United Nations missions, including in areas such as skills development and professional training of troops, an area in which Brazil is widely recognized for her experience. In the course of this year, 2019, we have established a broad-ranging international agenda with a view to restoring Brazil's role in the world scene and resuming relations with important partners. Last January, we were in Davos for the World Economic Forum, where we presented our ambitious reforms program to the investors community from all over the world. In March, we visited Washington, D.C., where we launched a comprehensive and bold partnership with the U.S. government, the government of the United States in all areas, with an emphasis on political coordination and economic and military cooperation. Political coordination and economic and military cooperation. Still, in the month of March, we went to Chile, where the Pro-South initiative was launched, an important step to ensure South America will consolidate itself as a region of democracy and freedom. After that, we visited Israel, where we identified countless opportunities for cooperation, particularly in the field of technology and security. I thank Israel for the support received to fight recent disasters in my country. We also visited one of our major partners in the South American Southern Cone, Argentina. Together with Argentine President Mauricio Macri and our partners from Uruguay and Paraguay, we have done away with ideology in the Mercosur bloc of countries, and we have achieved important trade gains by successfully completing negotiations that had been dragging on for decades. Before the end of the year, we will be visiting important Asian partners, not only in the Far East, but also in the Middle East. These visits will further strengthen the friendship ties and deepen our relations with Japan, China, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. We do intend to follow the same pathway and approach towards all of the Arab world and Asia. We are also keenly looking forward to visiting our partners in Africa, partners and friends in Africa, Oceania, and Europe. As you can see, Brazil is a country that is open to the world and seeking partnerships with all of those who are interested in working for prosperity, for peace, and for freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, the Brazil I represent here is a country that is lifting itself up again, reinvigorating partnerships and regaining its political and economic confidence. We are ready and poised to take on the responsibilities that are incumbent upon us in the international system. Over the past few decades, Without realizing, we allowed ourselves to be seduced by ideological thought systems that did not seek truth, but rather absolute power. Ideology made its way into and has set in fields such as education, media, culture, and has become a dominant force in means of communication in universities and schools. Ideology has invaded our homes and has engaged in an offensive against the mother cell, the seminal cell in any healthy society, i.e. the family itself. They even try to destroy the innocence of our children by going as far as perverting their most basic and elementary identity, i.e. biology itself. The politically correct has become a prevalent constant in public debate to expel rationality and replace it with manipulation, repeated commonplaces, and buzzwords. Ideology has invaded the human soul itself to expel God from it and the dignity with which He has endowed us. And with these methods, this ideology has always left behind it a trail of death, ignorance, and stark poverty wherever it passed through. I am myself living evidence of that. I was cowardly stabbed by a left-wing activist, and I only survived because of a miracle operated by God. Once again, I thank God for my life. The United Nations organization can help overcome the current materialistic and ideological atmosphere that undermines some basic principles of human dignity. This organization was, after all, designed and established to promote peace among sovereign nations and social progress, with liberty in accordance with the preamble of the United Nations Charter. On matters such as climate, democracy, human rights, equality of rights and duties between men and women, and on so many other issues, all we need is precisely this: envisage and aim at the truth in line with the Gospel of John 8:32, which reads as follows: "And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." All of our national and international instruments should be ultimately geared towards achieving that objective. We are not here to erase nationalities and sovereignties in the name of an abstract global interest. This is not the Global Interest Organization. This is the United Nations Organization, and it must remain as such. With a sense of humbleness and trust in the liberating power of truth, you can be sure that you will certainly be able to count on this new Brazil that I am presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you all for the grace and the glory of God. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders, 7 decades of history have passed through this hall in all of their richness and drama. Where I stand, the world has heard from presidents and premiers at the height of the Cold War. We have seen the foundation of nations. We have seen the ringleaders of revolution. We have beheld saints who inspired us with hope, rebels who stirred us with passion, and heroes who emboldened us with courage, all here to share plans, proposals, visions, and ideas on the world's biggest stage. Like those who met us before, our time is one of great contests, high stakes, and clear choices. The essential divide that runs all around the world and throughout history is once again thrown into stark relief. It is the divide between those whose thirst for control deludes them into thinking they are destined to rule over others, and those people and nations who want only to rule themselves. I have the immense privilege of addressing you today as the elected leader of a nation that prizes liberty, independence, and self-government above all. The United States, after having spent over $2.5 trillion since my election to completely rebuild our great military, is also by far the world's most powerful nation. Hopefully, it will never have to use this power. Americans know that in a world where others seek conquest and domination, our nation must be strong in wealth, in might, and in spirit. That is why the United States vigorously defends the traditions and customs that have made us who we are. Like my beloved country, each nation represented in this hall has a cherished history, culture, and heritage that is worth defending and celebrating, and which gives us our singular potential and strength. The free world must embrace its national foundations. It must not erase them or replace them. Looking around and all over this large, magnificent planet, the truth is plain to see. If you want freedom, take pride in your country. If you want democracy, hold on to your sovereignty. And if you want peace, love your nation. Wise leaders always put the good of their own people and their own country first. The future does not belong to globalists. The future belongs to patriots. The future belongs to sovereign and independent nations who protect their citizens, respect their neighbors, and honor the differences that make each country special and unique. It is why we in the United States have embarked on an exciting program of national renewal. In everything we do, we are focused on empowering the dreams and aspirations of our citizens. Thanks to our pro-growth economic policies, our domestic unemployment rate reached its lowest level in over half a century. Fueled by massive tax cuts and regulations cuts, jobs are being produced at a historic rate. 6 million Americans have been added to the employment rolls in under 3 years. Last month, African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment reached their lowest rates ever recorded. We are marshaling our nation's vast energy abundance, and the United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. Wages are rising, incomes are soaring, and 2.5 million Americans have been lifted out of poverty in less than 3 years. As we rebuild the unrivaled might of the American military, we are also revitalizing our alliances by making it very clear that all of our partners are expected to pay their fair share of the tremendous defense burden which the United States has borne in the past. At the center of our vision for national renewal is an ambitious campaign to reform international trade. For decades, the international trading system has been easily exploited by nations acting in very bad faith. As jobs were outsourced, a small handful grew wealthy at the expense of the middle class. In America, the result was 4.2 million lost manufacturing jobs and $15 trillion in trade deficits over the last quarter century. The United States is now taking that decisive action to end this grave economic injustice. Our goal is simple. We want balanced trade that is both fair and reciprocal. We have worked closely with our partners in Mexico and Canada to replace NAFTA with the brand new and hopefully bipartisan U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. Tomorrow, I will join Prime Minister Abe of Japan to continue our progress in finalizing a terrific new trade deal. As the United Kingdom makes preparations to exit the European Union, I have made clear that we stand ready to complete an exceptional new trade agreement with the UK that will bring tremendous benefits to both of our countries. We are working closely with Prime Minister Boris Johnson on a magnificent new trade deal. The most important difference in America's new approach on trade concerns our relationship with China. In 2001, China was admitted to the World Trade Organization. Our leaders then argued that this decision would compel China to liberalize its economy and strengthen protections to provide things that were unacceptable to us, and for private property, and for the rule of law. 2 decades later, this theory has been tested and proven completely wrong. Not only has China declined to adopt promised reforms, it has embraced an economic model dependent on massive market barriers, heavy state subsidies, currency manipulation, product dumping, forced technology transfers, and the theft of intellectual property, and also trade secrets on a grand scale. As just one example, I recently met the CEO of a terrific American company, Micron Technology, at the White House. Micron produces memory chips used in countless electronics. To advance the Chinese government's 5-year economic plan, a company owned by the Chinese state allegedly stole Micron's designs, valued at up to $8.7 billion. Soon, the Chinese company obtains patents for nearly an identical product, and Micron was banned from selling its own goods in China. But we are seeking justice. The United States lost 60,000 factories after China entered the WTO. This is happening to other countries all over the globe. The World Trade Organization needs drastic change. The second largest economy in the world should not be permitted to declare itself a developing country in order to game the system at others' expense. For years, these abuses were tolerated, ignored, or even encouraged. Globalism exerted a religious pull over past leaders, causing them to ignore their own national interests. But as far as America is concerned, those days are over. To confront these unfair practices, I placed massive tariffs on more than $500 billion worth of Chinese-made goods. Already, as a result of these tariffs, supply chains are relocating back to America and to other nations, and billions of dollars are being paid to our Treasury. The American people are absolutely committed to restoring balance to our relationship with China. Hopefully, we can reach an agreement that will be beneficial for both countries. But as I have made very clear, I will not accept a bad deal for the American people. As we endeavor to stabilize our relationship, we're also carefully monitoring the situation in Hong Kong. The world fully expects that the Chinese government will honor its binding treaty made with the British and registered with the United Nations, in which China commits to protect Hong Kong's freedom, legal system, and democratic ways of life. How China chooses to handle the situation will say a great deal about its role in the world in the future. We are all counting on President Xi as a great leader. The United States does not seek conflict with any other nation. We desire peace, cooperation, and mutual gain with all. But I will never fail to defend America's interests. One of the greatest security threats facing peace-loving nations today is the repressive regime in Iran. The regime's record of death and destruction is well known to us all. Not only is Iran the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism, but Iran's leaders are fueling the tragic wars in both Syria and Yemen. At the same time, the regime is squandering the nation's wealth and future in a fanatical quest for nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them. We must never allow this to happen. To stop Iran's path to nuclear weapons and missiles, I withdrew the United States from the terrible Iran nuclear deal, which has very little time remaining, did not allow inspection of important sites, and did not cover ballistic missiles. Following our withdrawal, we have implemented severe economic sanctions on the country. Hoping to free itself from sanctions, the regime has escalated its violent and unprovoked aggression. In response to Iran's recent attack on Saudi Arabian oil facilities, we just imposed the highest level of sanctions on Iran's central bank and sovereign wealth fund. All nations have a duty to act. No responsible government should subsidize Iran's bloodlust. As long as Iran's menacing behavior continues, sanctions will not be lifted. They will be tightened. Iran's leaders will have turned a proud nation into just another cautionary tale of what happens when a ruling class abandons its people and embarks on a crusade for personal power and riches. For 40 years, the world has listened to Iran's rulers as they lash out at everyone else for the problems they alone have created. They conduct ritual chants of death to America and traffic in monstrous anti-Semitism. Last year, the country's supreme leader stated Israel is a malignant, cancerous tumor that has to be removed and eradicated. It is possible, and it will happen. America will never tolerate such anti-Semitic hate. Fanatics have long used hatred of Israel to distract from their own failures. Thankfully, there is a growing recognition in the wider Middle East that the countries of the region share common interests in battling extremism and unleashing economic opportunity. That is why it is so important to have full, normalized relations between Israel and its neighbors. Only a relationship built on common interests, mutual respect, and religious tolerance can forge a better future. Iran's citizens deserve a government that cares about reducing poverty, ending corruption, and increasing jobs, not stealing their money to fund and massacre abroad and at home. After 4 decades of failure, it is time for Iran's leaders to step forward and to stop threatening other countries and focus on building up their own country. It is time for Iran's leaders to finally put the Iranian people first. America is ready to embrace friendship with all who genuinely seek peace and respect. Many of America's closest friends today were once our greatest foes. The United States has never believed in permanent enemies. We want partners, not adversaries. America knows that while anyone can make war, only the most courageous can choose peace. For this same reason, we have pursued bold diplomacy on the Korean Peninsula. I have told Kim Jong-un what I truly believe, that like Iran, his country is full of tremendous untapped potential, but that to realize that promise, North Korea must denuclearize. Around the world, our message is clear. America's goal is lasting. America's goal is harmony. And America's goal is not to go with these endless wars, wars that never end. With that goal in mind, my administration is also pursuing the hope of a brighter future in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, the Taliban has chosen to continue their savage attacks. We will continue to work with our coalition of Afghan partners to stamp out terrorism, and we will never stop working to make peace a reality. Here in the Western Hemisphere, we are joining with our partners to ensure stability and opportunity all across the region. In that mission, one of our most critical challenges is illegal immigration, which undermines prosperity, rips apart societies, and empowers ruthless criminal cartels. Mass illegal migration is unfair, unsafe, and unsustainable for everyone involved. The sending countries and the depleted countries, and they become depleted very fast, but their youth is not taken care of, and human capital goes to waste. The receiving countries are overburdened with more migrants than they can responsibly accept, and the migrants themselves are exploited, assaulted, and abused by vicious coyotes. Nearly 1/3 of women who make the journey north to our border are sexually assaulted along the way. Yet here in the United States and around the world, there is a growing cottage industry of radical activists and non-governmental organizations that promote human smuggling. These groups encourage illegal migration and demand erasure of national borders. Today I have a message for those open border activists who cloak themselves in the rhetoric of social justice. Your policies are not just. Your policies are cruel and evil. You are empowering criminal organizations that prey on innocent men, women, and children. You put your own false sense of virtue before the lives, well-being, and countless innocent people. When you undermine border security, you are undermining human rights and human dignity. Many of the countries here today are coping with the challenges of uncontrolled migration. Each of you has the absolute right to protect your borders. And so, of course, does our country. Today, we must resolve to work together to end human smuggling, end human trafficking, and put these criminal networks out of business for good. To our country, I can tell you sincerely, we are working closely with our friends in the region, including Mexico, Canada, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Panama, to uphold the integrity of borders and ensure safety and prosperity for our people. I would like to thank President Lopez Obrador of Mexico for the great cooperation we are receiving and for right now putting 27,000 troops on our southern border. Mexico is showing us great respect, and I respect them in return. The U.S., we have taken very unprecedented action to stop the flow of illegal immigration. To anyone conducting crossings of our border illegally, please hear these words. Do not pay the smugglers. Do not pay the coyotes. Do not put yourself in danger. Do not put your children in danger, because if you make it here, you will not be allowed in. You will be promptly returned home. You will not be released into our country. As long as I am President of the United States, we will enforce our laws and protect our borders. For all of the countries of the Western Hemisphere, our goal is to help people invest in the bright futures of their own nation. Our region is full of such incredible promise, dreams waiting to be built, and national destinies for all. And they are waiting also to be pursued. Throughout the hemisphere, there are millions of hardworking, patriotic young people eager to build, innovate, and achieve. But these nations cannot reach their potential if a generation of youth abandon their homes in search of a life elsewhere. We want every nation in our region to flourish and its people to thrive in freedom and peace. In that mission, we are also committed to supporting people in the Western Hemisphere who live under brutal oppression, such as those in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. According to a recent report from the UN Human Rights Council, women in Venezuela stand in line for 10 hours a day waiting for food. Over 15,000 people have been detained as political prisoners. Modern-day death squads are carrying out thousands of extrajudicial killings. The dictator Maduro is a Cuban puppet protected by Cuban bodyguards, hiding from his own people while Cuba plunders Venezuela's oil wealth to sustain its own corrupt communist rule. Since I last spoke in this hall, the United States and our partners have built a historic coalition of 55 countries that recognize the legitimate government of Venezuela. To the Venezuelans trapped in this nightmare, please know that all of America is united behind you. The United States has vast quantities of humanitarian aid ready and waiting to be delivered. We're watching the Venezuela situation very closely. We await the day when democracy will be restored, when Venezuela will be free, and when liberty will prevail throughout this hemisphere. One of the most serious challenges our countries face is the specter of socialism. It's the wrecker of nations and destroyer of societies. Events in Venezuela remind us all that socialism and communism are not about justice. They are not about equality. They are not about lifting up the poor. And they are certainly not about good of the nation. Socialism and communism are about one thing only: power for the ruling class. Today I repeat a message for the world that I have delivered at home. America will never be a socialist country. In the last century, socialism and communism killed 100 million people. Sadly, as we see in Venezuela, the death toll continues in this country. These totalitarian ideologies, combined with modern technology, have the power to excise new and disturbing forms of suppression and domination. For this reason, the United States is taking steps to better screen foreign technology and investments and to protect our data and our security. We urge every nation present to do the same. Freedom and democracy must be constantly guarded and protected, both abroad and from within. We must always be skeptical of those who want conformity and control. Even in free nations, we see alarming signs and new challenges to liberty. A small number of social media platforms are acquiring immense power over what we can see and over what we are allowed to say. A permanent political class is openly disdainful, dismissive and defiant of the will of the people. A faceless bureaucracy operates in secret and weakens democratic rule. Media and academic institutions push flat-out assaults on our histories, traditions, and values. In the United States, my administration has made clear to social media companies that we will uphold the right of free speech. A free society cannot allow social media giants to silence the voices of the people, and a free people must never, ever be enlisted in the cause of silencing, coercing, canceling, or blacklisting their own neighbors. As we defend American values, we affirm the right of all people to live in dignity. For this reason, my administration is working with other nations to stop criminalizing of homosexuality, and we stand in solidarity with LGBTQ people who live in countries that punish, jail, or execute individuals based upon sexual orientation. We are also championing the role of women in our societies. Nations that empower women are much wealthier, safer, and much more politically stable. It is therefore vital not only to a nation's prosperity, but also is vital to its national security to pursue women's economic development. Guided by these principles, my administration launched the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiatives. The WGDP is the first ever government-wide approach to women's economic empowerment, working to ensure that women all over the planet have the legal right to own and inherit property, work in the same industries as men, travel freely, and access credit and institutions. Yesterday, I was also pleased to host leaders for a discussion about an ironclad American commitment protecting religious leaders and also protecting religious freedom. This fundamental right is under growing threat around the world. Hard to believe, but 80% of the world's population lives in countries where religious liberty is in significant danger or even completely outlawed. Americans will never fire or tire in our effort to defend and promote freedom of worship and religion. We want and support religious liberty for all. Americans will also never tire of defending innocent life. We are aware that many United Nations projects have attempted to assert a global right to taxpayer-funded abortion on demand, right up until the moment of delivery. Global bureaucrats have absolutely no business attacking the sovereignty of nations that wish to protect innocent life. Like many nations here today, we in America believe that every child, born and unborn, is a sacred gift from God. There is no circumstance under which the United States will allow international entries to trample on the rights of our citizens, including the right to self-defense. That is why this year I announced that we will never ratify the UN Arms Trade Treaty, which would threaten the liberties of law-abiding American citizens. The United States will always uphold our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. We will always uphold our Second Amendment. The core rights and values America defends today were inscribed in America's founding documents. Our nation's founders understood that there will always be those who believe they are entitled to wield power and control over others. Tyranny advances under many names and many theories, but it always comes down to the desire for domination. It protects not the interests of many, but the privilege of few. Our founders gave us a system designed to restrain this dangerous impulse. They chose to entrust American power to those most invested in the fate of our nation, a proud and fiercely independent people. The true good of a nation can only be pursued by those who love it, by citizens who are rooted in its history, who are nourished by its culture, committed to its values, attached to its people, and who know that its future is theirs to build or theirs to lose. Patriots see a nation and its destiny in ways no one else can. Liberty is only preserved, sovereignty is only secured, democracy is only sustained, greatness is only realized by the will and devotion of patriots. In their spirit is found the strength to resist oppression, the inspiration to forge legacy, the goodwill to seek friendship, and the bravery to reach for peace. Love of our nations makes the world better for all nations. So to all the leaders here today, join us in the most fulfilling mission a person could have, the most profound contribution anyone can make. Lift up your nations, cherish your culture, honor your histories, treasure your citizens, make your country strong and prosperous and righteous, honor the dignity of your people, and nothing will be outside of your reach. When our nations are greater, the future will be brighter, our people will be happier, and our partnerships will be stronger. With God's help, together we will cast off the enemies of liberty and overcome the oppressors of dignity. We will set new standards of living and reach new heights of human achievement. We will rediscover old truths, unravel old mysteries, and make thrilling new breakthroughs. And we will find more beautiful friendship and more harmony among nations than ever before. My fellow leaders, the path to peace and progress and freedom and justice and a better world for all humanity begins at home. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the nations of the world. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America for the statement just made. May I request the representatives to remain seated while we greet the President, after which the meeting will stand suspended for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker. I think better. Please be seated. The session is resumed. Please be seated. 5 minutes is over, please. 5 minutes is over, please. Please be seated. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The session is resumed. 5 minutes is over, please. Should we start? To live, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the session is resumed, please. The assembly. Is the assistant here? Okay. Okay. The assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt. May I request protocol to export His Excellency on behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt. And to invite him to address the Assembly.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President. In the name of God, Mr. President, at the outset, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of the General Assembly at its 74th session. I would like to seize this opportunity to express my heartfelt appreciation to Ms. Maria Fernanda Espinosa, the president of the previous session. Ladies and gentlemen, our gathering this year comes at a time when the magnitude of all the challenges facing our world is increasing. It is thus imperative that we all engage in an in-depth discussion on the prospects for advancing our work under the umbrella of the United Nations, while upholding the noble values upon which our organization was founded. This can be achieved through reaffirming our commitment to an effective and just international order that is based on dialogue, cooperation, mutual respect, and the promotion of a culture of peace. Egypt, as a founding member of the United Nations and of a number of regional organizations, including the African Union, which we are honored to chair this year. We are also a founding member of the League of Arab States, and we have always possessed our own unique vision and contribution towards addressing the most important and daunting challenges of our time. Allow me here, from this August forum, to present Egypt's perspectives in this regard. Mr. President, respecting the principle of national ownership of solutions to national problems is imperative to ensuring the effectiveness of the multilateral system. Egypt has a pioneering experience in this regard. In recent years, it has embarked on an ambitious plan to comprehensively advance its society. This includes decisively combating terrorism and launching the most ambitious economic reform program in its modern history. This has been conducted in accordance with national plans and priorities, and have wholeheartedly been embraced by the Egyptian people, who have graciously shouldered the burden of its successful implementation in a manner that exceeded all expectations. Regionally, and as the current chair of the African Union, and alongside our African brothers and sisters, we have worked on consolidating the principle of African solutions to African problems. This aims to formulate a comprehensive approach which lays the foundations for development through a continent-wide vision that is based on our common history, unity of destiny, and confidence in our ability to achieve progress towards integration and upholding the interests of our peoples. To this end, a new mechanism has been launched in Cairo, which will focus on post-conflict reconstruction, namely the African Union Center for Reconstruction and Development. Undoubtedly, you are all well aware of the many recent successes of implementing the principle of national ownership, supported by an active African role, which resulted in the realization of a peace agreement in Central Africa, as well as the formulation of a common vision among the various parties in Sudan to manage the transition phase in that country. And here I would like to support deleting Sudan's name from the states that sponsor terrorism in order to acknowledge the efforts of the sisterly state and to enable it to confront the economic challenges it faces by enabling it to interact with international economic organizations in order to fulfill the ambitions of its people so that it would return to the place it deserves among the international family. And based on the principle of national ownership, African countries are fully cognizant of the importance of formulating genuine and effective partnerships in order to address the political and economic challenges they face, and in order to gain access to knowledge and technology and develop African human resources, as well as mobilize the necessary financing and political support. These are all essential to achieving the African Union's Development Agenda 2063. I therefore call upon international, continental, and regional financing institutions to assume their role in financing development in Africa under the most favorable terms. Africa is a continent of promising opportunities. It is a continent that can become the new engine of growth for the entire global economy, especially after launching the Continental Free Trade Area, and after strengthening regional integration arrangements and developing an ambitious strategy for infrastructure. I would like to refer in this regard to the recent initiative launched by Egypt to convene the first edition of the Aswan Forum for Sustainable Peace and Development in December this year, in the city of Aswan, where it will be a platform for dialogue between international and regional actors, including political leaders, financing institutions, the civil society, and the private sector, all to implement international and regional initiatives and mechanisms targeting Africa. Mr. President, the resolution of protracted crises and inherited ones is a necessary precondition for any serious efforts aimed at formulating a more effective international system. The most prominent example of this is the longest-standing crisis in the Middle East, namely the Palestinian cause. The persistence of this cause without a just solution based on international resolutions calling for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital does not only mean the continuation of the plight of the Palestinian people, but it also entails the continued depletion of the resources of the peoples of the Middle East. And I reiterate with a clear conscience what I've stated from this podium over the past few years. I say that Arabs are open to the realization of a just and comprehensive peace. The Arab Peace Initiative is still on the table, and there remains an opportunity to launch a new phase in the Middle East. However, we need bold decisions that restore the rights to the Palestinians, that pave the way for a major change in the reality of this region. And I say this without exaggeration. In the entire world, these decisions would lead to the establishment of a security and economic system in the Middle East that is based on peace, security, cooperation, and common interest. Mr. President, the adoption of comprehensive solutions to address the root causes of international problems is imperative for the success of the multilateral system. This applies to the protracted crisis in Libya, whose people suffer daily from the scourge of armed conflict. This conflict needs to be stopped. It is time to take a bold and decisive stand to address the root causes of the Libyan crisis comprehensively. This can be achieved by fully committing to implementing the United Nations plan adopted by the Security Council in October 2017. It can be achieved by addressing the grave imbalance in the distribution of wealth and power and the absence of public oversight via the Libyan representatives over political and economic decision-making. We also need to work on unifying all national institutions in order to save our the ensuing chaos by militias and prevent the intervention of external actors in Libya's internal affairs. Similar to the imperative for a comprehensive solution in the Libyan crisis, a political solution for the crisis in Syria has also become an urgent need. We can no longer afford to waste more time and continue in this vicious cycle which Syria has been enduring for over 8 years. Egypt, while welcoming the announcement of the formation of the Constitutional Committee, nevertheless calls for the immediate commencement of its work without any delay as a fundamental step towards the realization of a comprehensive political settlement in accordance with Security Council Resolution 2254. This should be done in a manner that safeguards the unity and territorial integrity of Syria and its institutions. It eliminates terrorism and must put an end to the bloodshed. And in the same logic, I say that the time has come to take a decisive stance to end the protracted crisis in Yemen through the implementation of a political solution based on the well-known parameters. We need to end foreign interventions by non-Arab regional parties which seek to curtail Arab national security. We also need to address the unprecedented threats facing the Arabian Gulf region, including threats facing navigation, as well as recent attacks on oil installations in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. President, the principle of addressing matters comprehensively also applies to one of the most daunting challenges of our time, namely terrorism. Egypt has persistently called for a comprehensive approach in combating terrorism based on the necessity of confronting all terrorist organizations with no exception. Here I stress the need for all to fully comply with the relevant Security Council resolutions and to hold accountable those who support terrorism, whether through funding or weapons or through safe havens or media platforms, in addition to those involved in facilitating the movement and travel of terrorists. And from this podium, I reiterate Egypt's readiness in light of its extensive experience in counterterrorism, its readiness to intensify its cooperation with friendly countries and the United Nations, especially with regards to countering the ideology of terrorism. Here I stress the importance of implementing Security Council Resolution 2354 on the implementation of the comprehensive international framework to counter terrorist narratives. This resolution was adopted on the basis of an Egyptian initiative to uphold the values of tolerance and the renewal of the religious discourse. And speaking of the Security Council, we must work seriously and resolutely to address the imbalance in the composition and the shortcomings in the decision-making process in the Council. We must guarantee a balanced representation in the Security Council. And with regard to our African continent, we must work to rectify the historical injustice our continent has been subject to. I reiterate our commitment to the common African position based on the Isolini Consensus and the Third Declaration, and I call upon you to adopt this just position within the framework of the relevant intergovernmental negotiations. Mr. President, for decades, Egypt has sought to strengthen and deepen the bonds of cooperation with its brotherly Nile Basin countries with whom it enjoys eternal relations. As a testament to its keenness to further the well-being of the peoples of the Nile Basin, Egypt expressed its understanding regarding Ethiopia's commencement to construct the Renaissance Dam, despite the fact that the latter did not conduct the necessary studies on the effects of this huge project to ensure that no harm befalls the water interests of downstream countries, including Egypt. Notwithstanding, Egypt took the initiative to bring forth the agreement on the Declaration of Principles signed on the 23rd of March 2015 in Khartoum, and this launched a 4-year-long negotiations process to reach an agreement governing the process of filling and operating the Renaissance Dam. Unfortunately, these negotiations have not yielded the desired results. Nevertheless, Egypt still hopes for an agreement that will secure the common interests of the peoples of the Blue Nile in Ethiopia, the Sudan, and Egypt. The continued impasse in the negotiations on the dam will have negative repercussions on the stability as well as on development in the region in general and in Egypt in particular. While we recognize Ethiopia's right to development, for Egypt, the water of the Nile is a matter of life. It is an existential matter, and this places a great responsibility on the international community to play a constructive role in urging all parties to demonstrate flexibility in order to achieve a mutually satisfactory agreement. In closing, Mr. President, Egypt's message today comes in the form of a call for the pursuit of peace, a call for action for the benefit of humanity, a call for cooperation and mutual understanding, a call for sustainable development, and the promotion and protection of human rights, and a call for the realization that this is the ideal path for the benefit of the international community. May God aid us all for the good of our peoples. Peace and God's mercy and blessings be upon you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency President Al-Sisi of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the head of state. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
gathered today was established in the aftermath of the Second World War with the eventual purpose of eradicating injustice.
Syria. I mean, the number of the Syrian brothers and sisters that we are currently hosting in our country well exceeds half of the total population of NYC. We've spent $40 million for the asylum seekers in the last 8 years. But have we received anything as Turkey? Let me tell you. From the EU, we have until so far received, not directly into our national budget, by the way, just through international organizations, which was allocated to Disaster Relief Agency of Turkey and the Turkish Red Crescent, not more than 3 billion euros. 365,000 of the asylum seekers who fled to our country safely returned to the areas we have secured in Syria, such as cities of Jarablus and elsewhere. Nearly half of Syrian refugees are under the age of 18. The number of the Syrian children born on our territory reached 500,000. We're not only providing accommodation to them, but also essential services such as education and healthcare. Unfortunately, the world and the international community is too quick to forget the survival journey that they have embarked upon, ending in the dark waters of the Mediterranean Sea or against the security fences stretching along the borders that they're trying to flee. As you can see, this is the picture of baby Aylan that was beached, which was a long time ago, and it's been forgotten already. Never forget that this can happen to you, because baby Aylans, there are many baby Aylans. There are thousands of millions of baby Aylans that we need to take measures for. This is a responsibility that we have to rise up to. Only within the first 8 months of this year, we have received 32,000 irregular migrants and saved them from drowning at sea. Also, during the first 8 months of this year, we have spent 58,000 irregular migrants back to their countries, excluding Syrians. And with those fleeing from other parts of the world, currently hosts 5 million oppressed and victimized people on its soil. Unfortunately, we were left alone in our selfless sacrifice towards asylum seekers. In Syria, there has been no genuine return to the regions controlled by the regime and the terrorist organizations such as PKK and Daesh. The parts liberated and secured by Turkey are the only places that the Syrians could have returned to. Today, we face 3 important issues that we need to handle while we're trying to settle the humanitarian crisis in Syria. Number 1, the territorial integrity and the political unity of Syria. And in order for that to be possible, the Constitutional Committee is a very critical element, and it has to be operational in a very effective manner. The beginning of last week, we got together along with my Iranian and Russian counterparts in Ankara, and as a result of the Russian summit memorandum, we've managed to accomplish a significant majority of our targets. When we reach a permanent political solution in Syria, the territorial integrity will be restored once again. And the second important issue is the following. We need to do everything that is possible in order to prevent a possible massacre in the city of Idlib and an immigration influx consisting of 4 million individuals from Idlib. The agreement, the memorandum we reached with Russia in Sochi, still remains valid despite some setbacks. Turkey cannot afford to bear another migration influx. That's why we expect all countries around the world to support Turkey's efforts to ensure security and stability in Idlib. Thirdly, the elimination of PKK and YPG terrorist organizations in the east of the Euphrates, which occupy a quarter of Syria and tries to legitimize itself under the name of the so-called Syrian Democratic Forces. We will not be able to find a permanent solution to the Syrian conflict if we fail to handle all the terrorist organizations with the same perspective. Our talks with the United States with a view of establishing a safe zone in Syria continue. We intend to establish a peace corridor with a depth of 30 kilometers and a length of 480 kilometers in Syria and enable the settlement of 2 million Syrians there with the support of the international community. Here I'd like to show you a map briefing our plans. This is the border of Turkey that you can see, and below you can see the proposed safe zone. If this safe zone, the secure zone, can be declared, we can resettle confidently somewhere between 1 million to 2 million refugees. We can afford that opportunity. Whether the United States or the coalition forces, Russia, Iran, we can all together walk shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand. The refugees can be resettled through saving them from tent camps or container camps. We can take the steps that are necessary forward altogether. This is not a burden that we can bear exclusively as the Republic of Turkey. We need to take the necessary measures as soon as possible. If we could extend the depth of this region until Deir ez-Zor, Raqqa line, we can increase the number of Syrians up to 3 million who will return from Turkey, Europe, and other parts of the world to their motherland. We are very much resolute in the realizing of this program, and we are involved in the necessary preparations. We also lead a process for an international conference to be held with the participation of Lebanon, Iraq, and Jordan. We likewise attach a great significance to the prospective success of the Global Refugee Forum to be held in Geneva in December, co-chaired by Turkey. We are of the opinion that a donor conference can be organized under the leadership of the United Nations to support returns to safe areas. There is global need for effective implementation of the Global Compact for Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees adopted last year at the United Nations. If we succeed to establish an environment, a landscape of trust and stability on the basis of the principles of legitimacy and justice in Syria, we will also help neighboring Iraq relieve itself from her troubles related to both Daesh and PKK presence. I launch an appeal to the entire UN family from this hall to take initiatives as well as to support our ongoing efforts to stop the humanitarian crisis in Syria. Esteemed delegates, the Mediterranean basin, in addition to the tragedies triggered by the Syrian crisis, such as illegal migration, faces further problems due to developments in the Eastern Mediterranean. Despite negotiations of more than 5 decades, the Cyprus question has not yet been resolved due to the uncompromising position of the Greek Cypriots. The Greek Cypriot side pursues an inequitable and an unjust policy of imposition that refuses to share the political power and prosperity with the Turkish Cypriots. Turkey is the international treaty-based guarantor of the Turkish Cypriot people, with whom it has deep historical and cultural bonds. Similarly, Greece is a guarantor, and the UK is a guarantor. It is clear that those who claim to solve the Cyprus problem under the condition of zero security, zero guarantee, have ill intentions from the onset. As Turkey, we will continue our efforts until a solution that would guarantee the security and the preservation of the rights of the Turkish Cypriots is found. We believe that the energy resources in the Eastern Mediterranean constitute an important opportunity for cooperation if we all adopt a win-win approach. But unfortunately, despite our reasonable approach, some countries of the region, through unilateral steps, are trying to turn the issue of energy resources into a scope of conflict. In the Eastern Mediterranean, we are determined to protect the legitimate rights and interests of both Turkey and the Turkish Cypriots until the very end. We will continue to be open-minded about proposals based on cooperation and equitable sharing. Another critical area of the Mediterranean is Libya, and we endeavor to ensure security and stability in the country through the establishment of a democratic administration based on the free will of people. The political and economic empowerment of Libya will be providing a relief for both North Africa and Europe. The solution in this country can be explored by only respecting the choices and the free will of the Libyan people. Interventions in Yemen and Qatar have had serious consequences from a both humanitarian and economic point of view. We should all seek an immediate settlement of the disputes in the region that re-emerged due to the attacks on oil production facilities. Journalist Jamal Khashoggi, who was brutally slaughtered last year, has become a symbol for the need of justice and equality in the region, as the courts have not reached yet a verdict regarding his demise. And we will keep on following up the developments there, as we are so much in this case. And Egypt's first democratically elected president, Mohamed Morsi, who lost his life in a courtroom in a suspicious way, is another issue that we're heavily invested in, and his family was not allowed to bury him properly. It's a bleeding wound in our hearts. They have both become a deep symbol for the need to equality and justice in the region. We also hope that the discussions about Iran's activities, as well as related threats to this country, will be resolved in a rational framework. Esteemed delegates, today the Palestinian territory under Israeli occupation have become one of the most striking places of injustice. If the images of an innocent Palestinian woman who was murdered heinously by Israeli security forces on the street just a few days ago will not awake the global conscience, then we are standing at a point where words are not sufficient. I'm quite curious. What about this map of Israel? Where is Israel? Where does the land of Israel begin and end? Look at this map. Where was Israel in 1947? And where is Israel now, especially between the years 1949 and 1967? Where was Israel and where is Israel now? Look, this is 1947, the land of Palestine. There's seemingly almost no Israeli presence on these lands. The entire territory belongs to the Palestinians, so the map suggests. But the year 1947, the distribution plan takes place, gets ratified, Palestinian lands start shrinking, and Israel starts expanding. And from 1947 to 1967, Israel is still expanding, Palestine is still shrinking. And today, the current situation, there is seemingly no Palestinian presence. The entire land belongs to Israel. But would it suffice Israel? No. Israel is still willing to take over the remaining of the land, but what about the United Nations Security Council? What about the United Nations? And what about the resolutions therein? Are those resolutions being activated? Are they being implemented and enforced? No. So we have to ask ourselves, what does the UN serve? Under this roof, we are producing resolutions without any effect. So when do you think, or where do you think justice can prevail? This is our main suffering. This is where the pain is coming from. The current Israeli government and the administration, right next to these murders and atrocities, is busy with intervening and attacking the historical legal status of Jerusalem and holy sacred lands and artifacts. As Turkey, we have a very clear stance on this issue. The immediate establishment of an independent Palestinian state with homogeneous territories on the basis of the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital is the only solution. Any other peace plan other than this will never have a chance of being fair, just, and it will never be implemented. Now, I'm asking from the rostrum of the United Nations General Assembly, where are the borders of the State of Israel? Is it the 1947 borders? The 1967 borders? Or is there another border that we need to know of? How can the Golan Heights and the West Bank settlements be seized, just like other occupied Palestinian territories, before the eyes of the world, if they still are not within the official borders of this state? Is the aim of the initiative, promoted as the deal of the century, to entirely eliminate the presence of the state and the people of Palestine? Do you want another bloodshed? All actors of the international community, in particular the UN, should provide concrete support to the Palestinian people beyond more promises. In this regard, it's very important for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East to continue its activities effectively. Turkey will continue to stand by the oppressed people of Palestine as she has always done. It is also very important for a fair and a peaceful future that the South Caucasus ceases to be one of the areas of conflict and tension in the world. It is unacceptable that Nagorno-Karabakh and its surrounding areas, which are the Azerbaijani territories, are still occupied despite all of the resolutions adopted. One of the problems to which the international community fails to devote enough attention is the Kashmiri conflict, awaiting a solution for 72 years. The stability and prosperity of South Asia cannot be separated from the Kashmiri issue. Despite the resolutions adopted by the United Nations Security Council, Kashmir is still besieged and 8 million people are still stuck in Kashmir. They cannot get out. In order for the Kashmiri people to look towards a safe future with their Pakistani and Indian neighbors, it is imperative to solve this problem through dialogue on the basis of justice and equality instead of conflict. Another issue that the world seems to remain indifferent is the humanitarian tragedy Rohingya Muslims are currently facing. The Independent Commission of Inquiry established under the United Nations has recorded the existence of a genocidal intent behind the events perpetrated in Myanmar's Rakhine State. Turkey will continue to carry out its initiatives and endeavors to ensure the security and fundamental rights of the Rohingyas, as well as the humanitarian relief activities we have undertaken since the first day. The invasions, the conflicts, and terrorist activities that continued in an uninterrupted fashion for almost 4 decades in Afghanistan have led to significant challenges at a global level. It is now time for peace and security to be. This is up to us to assume responsibility and take up action. Esteemed delegates, today one of the biggest threats to global peace and stability is the skyrocketing racist, xenophobic, discriminatory, and anti-Islamic rhetoric. Muslims are ranking number one who are the subject of hate speech, discrimination, and defamation against their sacred values. The most striking example is the terrorist attack that took place last March in Christchurch in New Zealand. Just like the terrorist attack targeting Muslims in New Zealand was unacceptable, the acts of terrorism targeting Christians in Sri Lanka and Jewish communities in the United States are equally wrong and unacceptable. We are responsible for turning this to a raging insanity. The populist politicians seeking to garner votes by provoking these tendencies, as well as the communities normalizing hate speech under the pretext of freedom of expression, are in the leading spots, and they are the ones to blame. The prejudice, the ignorance and bigotry, as well as the attempts of marginalization towards the migrants, particularly the Muslims, pave the way for the rising of these morbid tendencies. This scourge can only be defeated by common will and efforts. It is our fundamental duty as statesmen and stateswomen to adopt an inclusive and tolerant public rhetoric to eradicate this foe once and for all. The Honorable Secretary General of the UN has recently introduced an action plan for safeguarding religious sites. It's a UN initiative in the establishment of which Turkey has shown political leadership as a part of Alliance of Civilizations. We hope that this action plan will help raise awareness on this issue, and I hereby request the designation of March the 15th by the United Nations as the day when the Christchurch attack was carried out to become the International Day for Solidarity Against Islamophobia. I also invite the Islamic world to start a thorough assessment of all the issues, particularly the Sunni-Shia divide, which have provided so far the ground for its internal conflicts, as well, which served as political instruments for power struggles and settle the disputes once and for all. Turkey is a rightful successor to the collective heritage of both Eastern and Western civilizations due to our geographical location at the center of the ancient world. Therefore, we are obliged to take necessary steps forward and assume responsibility and rise up to the occasion. We continue to fulfill our responsibilities towards humanity as we are deeply affected, indirectly or directly, as a result of crises that besiege our region. A United Nations, and in particular a Security Council reformed on the basis of justice, moral values and conscience, will provide hope and aspiration to humanity once again. Turkey stands ready to support all of the endeavors and initiatives in that regard. With this understanding, we are willing to assume the presidency of the 75th United Nations General Assembly. Therefore, we have nominated for this important post Ambassador Volkan Bozkır, former Minister of European Union and current Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. We have full confidence that Mr. Bozkır, a seasoned diplomat and politician, will shoulder this responsibility very successfully. I believe you will not spare your support to him. Istanbul, the biggest city in Turkey, currently hosts various UN regional agencies, and we would like to turn Istanbul into a bigger regional and a global hub for the United Nations. The United Nations Technology Bank for the Least Developed Countries became operational in the vicinity of Istanbul last year. We also appreciate the positive and encouraging reactions we have received in return for our proposal to host a United Nations Youth Center in Istanbul, which I have announced last year from this very rostrum. The members to the UN Group of Friends of Mediation that we co-chair have reached 59. We have carried this UN initiative into the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. I believe that it is within our reach to find fair equitable and conscientious solutions to all of the global challenges that we face. And I would like to conclude my remarks with the following wishes: freedom for all, peace for all, prosperity for all, justice for all, a peaceful and a safe future for all. I wish the work of the 74th session of the UNGA to be successful. I greet you all with my most heartfelt emotions, with love and respect on behalf of my people. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the President. How are you? Yes. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Mr. President.
Mr. President, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I wish to thank the General Assembly for the honor bestowed on the government and people of Nigeria by electing our national, His Excellency Tijani Muhammad Bandi, to the presidency of the 74th session of this august body. This is indeed a great honor to our country. Nigerians are truly grateful and shall endeavor to live up to the expectations and the responsibilities thrust upon us. Ambassador Muhammad Bandi is an experienced and seasoned diplomat, and I am confident that he will prove to the international community his suitability for this most demanding assignment. Let me also offer my sincere thanks to the outgoing President, Her Excellency Maria Fernanda Espinosa Perez, for her skill, resourcefulness, and endless reservoir of patience in piloting the 73rd General Assembly. In the same vein, may I commend the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his tremendous energy, his genuine international outlook exhibited by his leadership of the United Nations. Your Excellencies, delegates, the theme of the current General Assembly is galvanizing multilateral efforts for poverty eradication, quality education, climate action, and inclusion. These are the prime areas calling for collective action which will benefit national and global interests. The world is at a critical juncture. This year marks the first anniversary of the International Day of Multilateralism and Diplomacy for Peace. This year also marks the 100 years of the founding of the League of Nations, leading eventually to the establishment of the United Nations as a part of the post-war World War II international order. Article 1, Paragraph 4 of the United Nations Charter called for harmonizing the actions of nations in the attainment of common ends. These common ends include A, international peace and security, B, prosperity and social justice, C, respect for human dignity, and D, protection of environment. Multilateralism, symbolized by the United Nations system, has brought immense benefit to the people of the world. It has saved lives, prevented wars, restored peace and stability, as well as generated economic and social progress in many countries. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we must admit that as the world grows richer, there are regrettable signals in the world economic and political order. Millions in Africa and around the world remain in abject poverty. Furthermore, we are witnessing a backlash against multilateralism in the shape of a rising tide of racism, xenophobia, resurgent nationalism, populism, and tendencies towards protectionism and unilateralism. The pristine principles of the United Nations appear threatened. On cessation of hostilities after World War II, the United States, in one of the greatest selfless undertakings in history, decided to revive Europe through the Marshall Plan and uplift and restore Japan economically. This generous policy catalyzed a great economic revival globally. This action of the United States not only benefited Europe and Japan, but the United States as well, through vastly improved trade and cross-investment. The United States and Europe have become friends and allies since the end of the war. The United States and Japan also become friends and allies. This example can be replicated with respect to Africa. A developed Africa will not be antagonistic to industrialized countries, but will become friends and partners in prosperity, security, and development. A prosperous Africa will mean greater prosperity for the rest of the world. A poor Africa will be a drag on the rest of the world. Is this what the international community wants? A coordinated multilateral effort should be set in motion to utilize and maximize the use of the enormous resources on the African continent for the benefit of all nations. Investing partners will be able to recoup their investment unifold over time. Current attempts to help develop Africa by industrial countries are uncoordinated and plainly incremental. We have the skills, the manpower, and the natural resources, but in many instances, we lack the capital. Hence my plea for industrial countries to take a long-term view of Africa. We request you to come and partner with us to develop the continent for the benefit of all. Africa charges you with the singular task of initiating the effort we are calling for. The United Nations has in place processes for promoting collective action to combat global threats. No threat is more potent than poverty and exclusion. They are the foul source from which common criminality, insurgency, cross-border crimes, human trafficking, and its terrible consequences draw their inspiration. Poverty in all its manifestations remain one of the greatest challenges facing our world. Its eradication is an indispensable requirement for achieving sustainable development. In this regard, Nigeria has developed a national social investment program, a pro-poor scheme that targets the poorest and most vulnerable households in the country. Under this initiative, easy access to financial services are facilitated to traders, artisans, market women, and cooperative societies. This type of initiative can help lessen and eventually eliminate mass poverty in Africa. At the core of our efforts to build an inclusive society, our programs are focused on youth and women empowerment. These programs aim at ensuring women and youth participation in governance, industry, climate action, and agriculture. On the international scene, Mr. President, the United Nations has new opportunities to take the lead on issues that continue to cloud the prospect for international peace, prosperity, namely the right of the Palestinian people to have their own country free of occupation. The international community has spoken from Resolution 242 of 1967 to the present day on the rights of Palestinian people to have and live in peace in their own land. The risks associated with nuclear proliferation and unfair, unjust trading practice notwithstanding the World Trade Organization rules and precepts. The looming danger of climate change. On climate change, Nigeria stands resolutely with the international community in observing agreed carbon emission targets, which I signed in 2015. We have since issued 2 sovereign great bonds and have added an additional 1 million hectares of forested land, taking our total forest coverage to 6.7% through collective national effort. As we advocate and strive for inclusion within our societies, we must also ensure inclusion prevails in our collective action as members of the international community. That is why we the expansion of the Security Council to reflect the diversity and dynamics of the 21st century. Mr. President, Your Excellency, from Asia to the Middle East, Africa to South America, violence and the threat of conflict continue to flood the lives of too many people. Our own country is no exception. Nigeria is a nation of nearly 200 million people of diverse groups. Our diversity is our source of strength, which is why in the elections this year, our people back the policies of tolerance, inclusion, and community over the politics of protest and division. Our election promises emphasized political stability, freedom and prosperity, tackling poverty, schooling our young and providing them with the tools to build better lives. We are placing special emphasis on the role of women in our female gender advancement programs. Our progress and delivery are deliberate, purposeful, and measured. We clearly appreciate there are no quick fixes to complex challenges. In particular, the challenge of education in Africa is enormous. On December 3rd, 2018, the General Assembly adopted Resolution 73/25 that claimed 24 January of every year as International Day of Education. The resolution, which was spearheaded by Nigeria and co-sponsored by 58 other member states, marked a watershed in the recognition of the fundamental role of education in building modern societies. To ensure access to education for all, our government has introduced the homegrown feeding program to address the challenges of out-of-school and forced out-of-school children. This social intervention program, Mr. President, is aimed at encouraging increased school enrollment through provision of free school meals. The benefits extend beyond the school environment. In addition, we have introduced mainstream and implementation of school declaration laws and policies across all educational institutions in Nigeria. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the world was shocked and startled by the massacre in New Zealand by a lone gunman taking the lives of 50 worshippers. This and similar crimes, which have been fueled by social media networks risk seeping into the fabric of an emerging digital culture. Major technical companies must be alive to their responsibilities. They cannot be allowed to continue to facilitate the spread of religious, racist, xenophobic, and false messages capable of inciting whole communities against each other, leading to loss of many lives. This could tear some countries apart. Organized criminal networks, often acting across international borders, present new challenges where only collective action can deliver genuine results. This is true in the battle against violent extremism, against trafficking in people and drugs, and against corruption and money laundering. The present Nigerian government is facing the challenges of corruption head-on. We are giving notice to international criminal groups by the vigorous prosecution of the fee and ID scam attempting to cheat Nigeria of billions of dollars. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, as a young man, as a soldier, I witnessed at first hand the terrible legacy of destruction and broken lives that conflict leaves in its wake. At the age of 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War approaches, I wish to pay tribute to the sacrifices made by so many millions across the globe in defense of freedom, tolerance, and the rule of law. In Nigeria, we have made significant strides to put our own house in order. We will work tirelessly to uphold due process. The rule of law remains a permanent and changing foundation of the world order. Freedom, tolerance, and rule of law are universal values and undermine the best that this General Assembly represents, and that binds us all. Mr. President, I will conclude by remarks reaffirming Nigeria's commitment to promoting international peace and security and sustainable development. We are also committed to strengthening partnership and cooperation with international and regional organizations for the benefit of humanity. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank President Muhammad Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet Mr. President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Mohammed Saleh, President of the Republic of Maldives. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Mohammed Saleh, President of the Republic of Maldives, to the United Nations, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Mr. President.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. There is much that is wrong in this world. The post-multilateral order, which this institution helped usher in, shows signs of strain. Trade war threatened to plunge us into another worldwide recession. Populism, political extremism, and nativism have found currency among the disaffected within our societies. The promise of democracy enshrined in the principle of self-determination on which this organization was found is in retreat. Emboldened by populist rhetoric, racism and xenophobia in various guises threaten to rip our societies apart. Terrorism continues to plague and affect all our societies. Meanwhile, the climate crisis looms ever larger, heightened by our collective inability to address it. Which is why the world needs the United Nations now more than ever. We need to remind ourselves of the horrors that led to the formation of this institution. Let me jog our collective memory. The United Nations was formed out of the ashes of two devastating world wars in which more than 100 million people were killed. It was born out of a belief in the sanctity of human freedom and of self-determination, which means even small nations have a voice on the global stage. Its charter privileged peace and international cooperation so that we may avoid wars and enjoy the dividends of our peaceful coexistence. We need the United Nations because the problems of our times are extraordinary. Extraordinary because none of us alone can resolve them. We need the strength of the collective to fix the challenges of our times. Mr. President, in these difficult times, when the great wave of democracy that swept the world during the last century seems to have ebbed, the Maldives represent a remarkable story. It is a story of second chances, a story of people power, a story of how we as a nation managed to reverse a downward spiral towards autocratic rule. Exactly 1 year ago, in the early hours of 24 September 2018, results of the Maldivian presidential elections were announced. The elections were significant because they represented our one shot at rekindling democracy in our country. As many of you would know, our democratic journey that began in November 2008 was cut short within a few years. Lurking behind the high idealism for our democratic movement were remains of the old democracy. The judiciary was hijacked, parliament brought to a standstill, institutions of state co-opted, and the press gagged. Political opponents were constantly threatened, and opposition leaders either jailed or exiled. Many in the international community spoke out against this reversal. As is the want of autocrats, the regime turned its back to the world. We left the Commonwealth of Nations, insisting its call for democracy in the Maldives was an affront to our sovereignty. Isolationism became our default foreign policy. That we won the election last year in the face of such adversity against the odds that seem insurmountable in an immense credit to the Maldivian people. The responsibility they have entrusted in me is something I do not take lightly. There is much that needs to be done. From embedding good governance to delivering justice, from educating our young people to uplifting our most marginalized. from creating opportunities for businesses for leveraging the benefits of new technology, from protecting our fragile ecosystem and coral reefs to building a vibrant Islamic society that is just and modern in its outlook. Development without justice does not work, which is why we have a transitional justice program where we seek to redress human rights abuses, investigate murders and enforced disappearances, and bring to book the endemic corruption maligning all levels of government. We are engaged in a comprehensive police reform program and working closely with other institutions of state to reform the modernize of our judicial system. Meaningful democracy is about more than just holding elections. It is about involving citizens in the decision-making process, which is why we are working on legislation to decentralize our governance structure and devolve power to our local communities. Mr. President, as I said at the start, these are challenging times which require strong actions from us all. This is why, on the international front, we have reaffirmed old friendships long neglected and commenced new ones. We have begun the process of rejoining the Commonwealth of Nations. It is our intention to be a good international partner, to be part of a shared solution to the pressing issues of our time, from climate change to fighting the scourge of terrorism. Terrorism and violent extremism have become one of the biggest threats of the 21st century. Its roots are found not only in the disaffection and disenchantment brought on by a rapidly changing world, but also in the active efforts of opportunists who twist religion and poison young minds to do their bidding. As we have come to know, terrorism and terrorists do not recognize national boundaries. On Easter Sunday, we woke up to shocking news of terror attacks in Sri Lanka, our closest neighbor. The danger of these networks spilling over our borders is all too real. What is required is concerted global action. This involves everything from intelligence sharing, counterterrorism training, and best practice sharing, as well as reforming our financial system to starve terrorist networks of finance. Unilateral attempts to deal with this menace are largely futile without corresponding global coordination, which is why the UN remains so relevant to the world. Despite the best attempts by the UN and its member states spanning a number of decades, the question of Palestine remains unresolved and on the agenda in this revered assembly. Never before has the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people been so acutely and blatantly dismissed by Israel, marginalized and discriminated against in complete disregard of international law and the resolution of both the General Assembly and the Security Council. We are strongly of the view that the lasting peace in the Middle East can only lead to fruition through a two-state solution driven by genuine and meaningful dialogue between the Arab countries and Israel. We call on the United Nations and its member states to undertake every effort to work towards a settlement that would achieve this result. The Maldives will always stand unwavering in the support for the Palestinians in their endeavor to achieve an independent and sovereign state of Palestine based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital city. Mr. President, for more than we have been struggling to meaningfully address the climate emergency. For 30 years, we Moldavians have been saying that this is the fight of our lifetime because it threatens our very existence as a nation. While the scientific evidence is irrefutable, there has been an alarming lack of global action. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, if the mean temperatures continue to rise above the 2 degrees threshold, we will be faced with a point of no return. While the Paris Agreement on climate change was a breakthrough for what we could collectively achieve, so much more needs to be done. Although this problem is not our making, the Maldives is determined to drive the solution. We cannot and will not wait for Paris's prescribed timelines. We are revising and upscaling our nationally determined contributions now. We shall work in concert with other island nations, including the small island developing states and fellow members of the Alliance of Small Island States. Just yesterday, at the Secretary General's Special Summit on Climate Change, the Maldives presented a plan entitled Climate Smart Resilient Islands, which seeks to utilize natural solutions, promote innovation, and leverage new technologies to build resilience in our community. As part of the plan, we are seeking to phase out our usage of single-use plastic by the year 2023. This will be one of the most far-reaching and ambitious plastics phase-out plans of any nation on earth. Furthermore, you can't protect the oceans without solving climate change, and you can't solve climate change without protecting the oceans. For us, this is personal. Visit the Maldives and you cross over miles upon miles of our territory before our spotting island. A stunning 99% of the Maldives is ocean. Just 1% is dry land, making us a very large ocean state. We can conceive of no climate and resilience plan without a sustainable ocean plan. This week, the Maldives will enter into a partnership with the Blue Prosperity Coalition on an ambitious blue economy plan, including marine protected areas to conserve the ocean resources that sustain our livelihoods and measures to protect them for future generations. We are confident that we will be able to receive the international community's support to help us achieve these goals. Our dependence on our oceans is only one aspect of what it means to be a large ocean state. Our home, the Indian Ocean, has over the past 2 decades come to the forefront of global geopolitics and rapidly taken its place as the heart of maritime trade. The peace and security of the Indian Ocean is inextricably linked to the peace and security of the world. Its importance to the global economy cannot be overstated. Sadly, I note that the Indian Ocean remains, especially in its South Asian core, one of the least integrated regions in the world, lacking regional governance and unable to reap the potential economic benefits of an effective multilateral order. The Maldives intends to promote regional integration
through greater cooperation with our neighbors to make the Indian Ocean region peaceful and prosperous. Mr. President, this great institution has helped foster peace and avert conflict for over half a century. The world order that it helped build represents the pinnacle of what concerted diplomacy can achieve and continues to embody the hope of all who believe in peaceful dialogue to resolve global problems. While all of us present here represent the interests of our individual nations, we also represent something far larger than that. We represent the world community. We represent humanity. For its part, the Maldives shall continue to partner with our many international friends with a renewed spirit of openness and engagement so that together we can overcome obstacles and effectively resolve our common challenges. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank President Mohammed Saleh of the Republic of Maldives for the statement just made. May I request the President to remain seated while we greet Mr. President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, it is my pleasure to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Tijani Mohammed Bandi on his assumption of the presidency of the 74th session of the General Assembly, and I wish him every success. I express our appreciation to Her Excellency Ms. Maria Fernanda Espinosa Garces for her efforts in leading the work of the 73rd session of the General Assembly. We also appreciate the efforts of His Excellency the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to enhance the role of the United Nations and achieve its lofty goals. Ladies and gentlemen, the world faces enormous and diverse cross-border between peoples and states. This requires multilateral action, especially to address threats to international peace and security, environmental issues, sustainable development, asylum, and immigration. Regarding international peace and security, nothing can replace the wisdom of leaderships, especially those of the major powers, who are capable of embracing the purposes of the United Nations Charter. We have no means at our disposal other than activating the mechanisms adopted by the international community to or for collective security, deterring international law violators, ensuring the respect for the sovereignty and security of states, prohibiting the occupation and annexation of the lands of others by force or changing their nature, and preventing armed conflict through the peaceful resolution of disputes. Mr. President, the strategic importance of the Gulf makes stability in that region a regional and international need. We stress our firm position to keep the region clear of risks by resolving differences through dialogue based on common interests and respect for the sovereignty of its states. Stirring up tension and dictating the will by blockading and using sanctions are not in the interest of any of these states. I have previously pointed out to the need of establishing a regional security system that preserves the security and stability of the Middle East in general and the Gulf region in particular. The overall events confirm the importance of this idea and the need to achieve it. Unjust, unlawful, and unjustified blockade imposed by some countries on the state of Qatar continues. The Gulf Cooperation Council was the second victim of the blockade. It was paralyzed and lost its role because of the blockade. When I stood before you here 2 years ago, 3 months after the imposition of the blockade, I was confident of the steadfastness of the Qatari people and their brothers residing in Qatar of surpassing the blockade's effects. I was even confident they would take advantage of the challenge imposed on us despite the cost we paid. I have also been confident since the first day of the campaign of incitement and distortion which preceded the blockade that the Arab, Gulf, and world public opinion will soon realize the concealed objectives of the propaganda campaign against the state of Qatar, which is driven by tendencies of domination, the imposition of tutelage and control over the potentials of other states, and the real objective of making accusations that were quickly proven wrong. This has happened as this approach had been exposed repeatedly when other states fell victim to it. In line with our firm policy of respect for international law and the peaceful resolution of differences and disputes, we, who have sustained aggression, emphasize our position that unconditional dialogue based on mutual respect and the lifting of the unjust blockade is the only means to end this crisis. We renew our deep appreciation to the sincere efforts of His Highness Sheikh Sabah Al-Ahmad Al-Jaber Al-Sabah, the Emir of the State of Kuwait, and the endeavors of the brotherly and friendly countries to resolve this crisis. Honorable audience, the continuation of the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories and the Arab territories in general, and the ensuing unlawful practices, and in particular the expansion of settlements, Judaization of the city of Jerusalem, the unjust and strangling blockade of Gaza Strip, the intensifying settlement activity in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights, and changing its nature, all these practices are happening in an overt defiance to the United Nations and its resolutions, to the extent that Israel has come to regard the airspace of the countries of the region as open to it. How long will the international legitimacy remain inept and unable to find anyone who would enforce its respect when it comes to Palestine? It has been proven that settlements based on the imposition of the logic of force will only result in their violation and denial by the logic of force of occupation as well. However, permanent peace is based on justice, which means guaranteeing the rights of the Palestinian people, whose homeland has been usurped, foremost of which the establishment of the Palestinian state on the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, and the end
of Israeli occupation of all occupied Arab lands, including the Syrian Golan and the Lebanese territories. As Qatar will not stop supporting any effort in favor of realizing just peace, it will continue to provide political and humanitarian support to the brotherly Palestinian people. Mr. President, the tragedy of the Syrian people and the continuation of their suffering for the 8th year has become a major scandal and a disgrace on our humanity. What increases the danger of this human crisis is the absence of a clear vision for its solution, with the continuation of acts of killing, destruction, displacement, and the international neglect. We are all aware that the main responsibility for the failure to impose the political solution, which we all prefer for Syria, is basically the responsibility of the Security Council to protect civilians and make necessary decisions to stem the bloodshed and the continued intransigence of the Syrian regime and its rejection of all regional and international initiatives. Everyone listening to me now knows full well that when we refer to the Security Council, we mean its major powers. It is high time the Syrian people enjoyed security, a decent life, and justice through a political solution that fulfills the aspirations of all the components of the Syrian people in line with the First Geneva Communique and Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 2254, in a way that will preserve the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Syria, and upholding justice by holding the perpetrators of atrocities against civilians accountable in line with the rules of international law. The State of Qatar will continue to carry out its humanitarian obligation in providing political support and humanitarian aid to the brotherly Syrian people to alleviate their suffering. As to the brotherly Yemen, we stress our concern regarding the unity, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of this country. We stress the need to complete the political process in accordance with relevant Security Council resolutions, specifically Resolution 2216. In this respect, I stress that the outcomes of the national dialogue in January 2014, in which all the Yemeni parties took part, has provided equitable and just solutions for all the issues over which fighting is taking place, including the system of government, the federal structure of the state, and the issue of the South. Yemenis have achieved that through dialogue amongst themselves. Unless Yemenis implement solutions that they have reached without foreign intervention, there is no way but to support the United Nations efforts to end the war and support its humanitarian and relief efforts. In Libya, the latest developments threaten the national unity and stability. The latest military operations on the capital Tripoli have thwarted the holding of the Comprehensive Libyan National Conference. This is a new failure by the collective security system in the Middle East region. The double standards and selectivity in the implementation of the international legitimacy, because of the support extended by some countries to the military militias against the legitimate government. These militias did not hesitate to commit war crimes against civilians. We call for holding accountable the perpetrators of such crimes and for supporting the legitimate and internationally recognized government of national accord to enable it to assume all its functions in putting an end to the suffering of the Libyan people and in restoring security and stability across Libya. The Libyan people have paid a high price for the sake of their liberty, but have not reaped the fruit of their struggle and sacrifices. Even though they grew tired of this chaos, there is an international effort and an internationally recognized settlement. Why is it not being implemented? It is because certain countries do what they don't say and say what they don't do. They formally participate in international efforts on one hand, then undermine these efforts on another hand by supporting warlords and terrorist militias for their narrow interests. We call on all actors in Libya to shoulder their responsibility and respect the will of the Libyan people towards a peaceful solution. We warn that the intervention in Libyan affairs further complicates the crisis and impedes national reconciliation and goes against Security Council resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, with the help of God, Qatar continues to provide a space for dialogue and support for reconciliation based on rational and equitable solutions to crises and armed conflicts. We hosted negotiations between the United States and the Taliban. Before the United States decided to hold these negotiations, they had made significant progress between the two sides to achieve peace in Afghanistan. We call on the international community and effective regional states, in particular, to join these efforts to achieve peace and stability in that country. Ladies and gentlemen, developments over the last year in more than one country in our region have proven that repression and crimes against humanity, whose perpetrators have tried in vain to block the course of history, did not stop people's aspirations for justice and human dignity and the aspirations of Arab youth for a better future. It has also been proven that gradual reform is the optimum path to change in countries with complex societies in a region complicated in itself. Had some regimes opted for reform in response to the aspirations of its people, they would have spared the world enormous losses and countless victims. In this regard, we value the steps and agreements that have been reached among the Sudanese parties. We are confident that the Sudanese people are capable of moving beyond this sensitive transitional phase. We renew our commitment by standing alongside the brotherly Sudanese people and call on all regional and international powers to support the Sudan to realize the aspirations of its people for security, stability, and development. On this occasion, I call on the U.S. administration to remove Sudan from the list of states sponsoring terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, the combination of terrorism and violent extremism has become a major threat to the entire world. The eradication of terrorism requires a comprehensive approach that includes tackling its political, economic, and social roots, along with the security and military action. We reiterate our condemnation of all forms of terrorism and our support for combating it. In this regard, many countries have begun to realize the mistake of linking terrorism to a particular religion after they were subjected to terrorist operations with racist and ideological motives. There is a political and a moral need to go beyond confining terrorism to individuals and groups and to also deal with state crimes against unarmed civilians as state terrorism. What is happening in Syria, Palestine, and Libya is known to all of us. It is also necessary to distinguish between terrorism and resisting occupation. The State of Qatar will continue to actively participate in the international efforts to combat violent extremism. In this respect, I refer to the conclusion of a partnership agreement between the State of Qatar and the United Nations Counterterrorism Office and our contribution of $75 million to strengthen the capacity of this office, as well as opening the International Center on Applying Behavioral Insights to Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism, and the partnership agreement between the Qatari institution, CELATEC, and the Counterterrorism Implementation Task Force for capacity building and launching projects in the Arab region aimed at preventing terrorism. Locally, efforts are continuing at the legislative level, and so is our support for national counterterrorism institutions, to the point they have become a role model to be followed at the regional level. Today, Qatar is playing an active role in implementing the counterterrorism mechanisms adopted by the international community. Ladies and gentlemen, although the use of communication technology is of utmost importance in our modern world in various security, economic, commercial, and other fields, the misuse of this technology is threatening the security of states and cordial relations among them. It is infringing on the private sphere of individuals and causing economic damage. As you may know, Qatar News Agency was subject to digital piracy and espionage. Mindful of the growing importance of this issue, I renew my last year's proposal when I called for an international conference to address ways to regulate this issue in international law. I stress the readiness of the State of Qatar to host this conference under the auspices of the United Nations and to make every possible effort with international partners to ensure its success. Mr. President, we are all aware that the climate change repercussions are a common concern to the international community. It poses an existential threat to some countries. It has a negative impact on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and on the quality of human life. In spite of disparity among countries in terms of situations and circumstances, today, more than ever, we are in need of international cooperation and to ensure the credibility of multilateral international action to counter the challenges of climate change. The State of Qatar has assumed an active role in the international efforts on climate change in partnership with France, Jamaica, and the United Nations, and we led the coalition on funding climate activities and carbon pricing. Mr. President, the State of Qatar has pursued a consistent policy to protect and promote human rights on the basis of our Arab and Islamic principles and values which uphold human value. We honor our commitments in this respect at the national and international levels to defend individual and collective rights and ensure respect for human rights and dignity. Qatar has made significant achievements in terms of workers' rights and work conditions in coordination with the International Labour Organization. The success of the United Nations in countering common challenges depends on the implementation by member states of their commitments and responsibilities. In this regard, the State of Qatar has concluded partnerships with many UN organs, and Doha will soon host the United Nations House, which includes offices of various agencies of the international organization concerned with peace, development, human rights, the rule of law, humanitarian action, counterterrorism, and combating extremism to enable them to best perform their functions. The State of Qatar has recently announced its support for the core resources of the United Nations with the allocation of $500 million in addition to the support that we have already provided. Qatar has now become one of the biggest partners supporting the United Nations in various fields. In conclusion, I renew our commitment to multilateral international action, partnership, and cooperation for the interest of our peoples and the good of humanity. Thank you. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Highness, the Emir of the State of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, for his statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet His Highness. Sit. Sit. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ueli Mora, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Yes. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations President of the Swiss Confederation, His Excellency Ueli Mora, and to invite him to address the Assembly. His Excellency.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is changing quickly. The values that for a long time served as our reference are being challenged, and this has led to a situation where no one knows what to trust. Can we trust politics, economics, international organizations? Lots of questions, and these are questions to which we need to find answers in the framework of our General Assembly. Let's begin with our values. The United Nations Charter represents for us a compass. In its preambular part, it states fundamental rights of all individuals to equality. It also speaks about the rights of nations. It states that relations between states should be guided by shared norms. And allow me, as a representative of a small state, to dwell a little bit on this point. Indeed, several countries of small size who note that this principle of equality is often violated, and this is a trend that worries us. Often, the strength of the larger states prevails over the rights of the smaller ones. But I'm not here to complain. I simply wanted to remind everyone that this is a reality that affects all of us. Indeed, the smooth functioning of the international community depends on the respect for principles. And it's not words that count, but rather actions. Small states have only laws and rights to rely on, and the international community must protect and uphold those rights. Let us say a few more words about fundamental rights. The Geneva Convention, which is an indisputable reference point and guide, these conventions will mark its 70th anniversary, and Switzerland is a depositary of these conventions. And so the humanitarian commitment is at the very heart of our foreign policy. And as devoted as we are to the international humanitarian cause, the list of violations of this cause and these rights is very long. It is up to all of us to make sure that these rights become a reality. We have no more important or noble mission than this. Allow me also to touch upon the following matters. We need to act against hunger to ensure that water and energy supplies are met, ensure that everyone has an education. We need to combat climate change. We need to reduce armed conflicts. These are just some of the challenges before us. And we often see hope replaced by despair. In the past, our efforts were often rewarded when we were able to take advantage of the latest technological advances for common good. The progress of our civilization to a large extent depends on these innovations and on sharing their benefits. To invest in research and training is to create the conditions of a world which offers more opportunities to all. If we want in the future to have enough food, enough drinking water, and energy for everyone, if we want to be successful in combating climate change, what we need are not simply statements of principles and intentions, but we need technical innovation. We need to invest in training and research. And sharing knowledge should not be limited by borders. Technical progress, technological progress must be encouraged rather than countered. The development of digital technologies can quickly offer significant benefits. Digital technology allows us to simplify procedures and processes and allows a greater transparency. Digital technology will transform our world. It will transform our way of living, our way of working. This technology could help us accelerate the development of a model of sustainable development. And the international community has set for itself very ambitious goals in this area with the 2030 Agenda. New technologies and innovation will give us the tools that will allow us to implement that agenda. As you know, Switzerland is one of the main financial markets in the world. We are committed to making sure that our financial market is sound. Financing makes it possible to make the right choices in terms of sustainable development. With a wise development and use of and financing of digital technologies, this could help us ensure development. We need to embrace innovation. Of course, digital technologies also imply certain risks. There are certain illicit practices, and cyber attacks are something that we see on a daily basis today. And so the protection of privacy is always a fundamental right. It is up to politicians to take action and to regulate the use of this kind of private information and data. 3 weeks ago in Geneva, we launched the Digital Initiative Swiss Foundation. It brings together the main international providers of IT and software, and many of the largest companies of the industry, but also the United Nations, the International Committee of the Red Cross, Facebook, Google, and many others have joined. What is this initiative? We want the new digital society to have common rules and ethical principles. New technologies must be based on our trust. We need to have trust in them. You're all invited to join this initiative and thus demonstrate your engagement in progress and in strong ethical principles and values. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Switzerland very much has embraced digital technology, and we are seeing this as a great opportunity. And I think this is something that needs to be based on very clear rules that reflect our common values. We are open to all of you. We are ready to invite all of you to share with our experience and cooperate with you. And lastly, let's speak a little bit about ourselves, about this organization, the United Nations. We want a UN that is strong, because it is the only global platform for change that can help us together take up the challenges that stand before us. Certainly, the organization needs to be reformed, and we know that we have assured the Secretary General of our support in his efforts to make sure that the organization is more effective and focused on its primary missions. the United Nations depends on the trust and confidence that it enjoys. And this trust, this confidence is essential. It depends on it. Switzerland is ready to contribute to the smooth functioning of the United Nations. And Geneva is a very important platform for this. For decades, it is one of the capitals of humankind. It is the headquarters of the international movement of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. It is the seat of some 400 non-governmental organizations, and it is now the seat of an international initiative now focused on the ethical challenges related to digital technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is constantly changing, and this change sometimes leads to disarray, but we have values that help guide us. So we want to make sure that equal rights for individuals and states are upheld. Rights should prevail over the use of force. That is our motto. Furthermore, thanks to new technologies, we have here will help us to meet the challenges of tomorrow. We are committed to be actively involved in the future in resolving these challenges. Switzerland and Geneva stand ready to take up this challenge. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency President of the Swiss Confederation, Ulu Mora, for his statement just read. May I request the representatives to remain seated while we greet Mr. President. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Kolinda Gaber Kitorovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations Her Excellency Kolinda Gaber Kitorovic, President of the Republic of Croatia, and to invite her to address the Assembly. Madam President.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're gathered here on the eve of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. Anniversaries are usually a time of reflection and introspection. One such global occasion is the United Nations General Assembly. Here, the world meets, reflects, exchanges ideas, and sets its goals for the future. It is a forum unique in our human history. I believe that we must use the coming months and the 75th birthday of our organization in the year 2020, not only to emphasize its accomplishments in global relevance in peace and security, development, climate action, human rights, or humanitarian assistance, but also to take a bold leap forward and reiterate our commitments. However, time is of the essence. The Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, said last January, "The best-selling brand in our world today is indeed fear. It gets ratings. It wins votes. It generates clicks. Indeed, fear is present and inhibits us from taking that step in the right direction. It is hampering our potential and our creativity. We, gathered here, should lead by example. It is upon us to fearlessly use the instruments that we have at our disposal to advance nations and our own planet, and to boldly think of new ones right now. It is upon us to address the greatest challenges of the globalized 21st century: climate change, sustainable development, migration, terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, and new technologies. So, how do we prevent unfavorable scenarios and harvest the benefits? How do we mobilize states and joint resources to respond adequately to emerging threats? We all know the answer, which is at the same time fairly simple and ever more difficult: by joining forces. We cannot deny that multilateralism is facing challenges. Reasons might be numerous and complex. However, it still remains our best chance of achieving our common goals. By standing alone and isolated, one fails. But many of us together, united around common ideas and working in good faith, have the tools in our hands to succeed. Let us use the existing mechanisms, transform them for the better, and make them more effective. No doubt reforms are necessary. We also need to take a deep look at our organization, its strengths and weaknesses, and trace the path of decades to come. In that vein, I emphasize Croatia's full support to the UN reform agenda and the Secretary General's continued efforts in this regard. We have to revitalize the UN and double our own efforts to make this building a home to true global leadership and platform for the promotion and development of the rules-based international order. The goals before us: poverty eradication, quality education, inclusion, and climate action, cannot be achieved without individual national efforts coupled with our common dedication and action. For its part, Croatia is doing its best to fulfill the goals that we have set for ourselves. First, we're combating poverty and social exclusion and reducing social inequality. Secondly, for us, quality education is key to long-term social stability and economic. Thirdly, as regards inclusion, the ultimate values of our constitutional order are freedom, parity, gender equality, and respect for human rights. And finally, Croatia is dedicated to fighting climate change by implementing innovative solutions that will transform our economy and our society. Croatia remains committed to the efficient fulfillment of its obligations under the Paris Agreement. Just as EU accession provided us with a blueprint for the transformation of governance, economy, and society, so does Croatia see the Sustainable Development Goals as a matrix for our future and an obligation to our citizens and the international community. We need to reinvigorate the political momentum and our starting enthusiasm for the Agenda 2030. For us, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are guidelines for our own development and a framework for securing and a more sustainable future, both locally and globally. Together with other EU member states, Croatia strives to become a leader in sustainable development. Our focus is and will be on green Croatia and the balanced regional development and territorial cohesion of all our geographic areas, including the sustainable development of our more than 1,000 Adriatic islands. I have given more than one speech in this very podium. Together with you, I have raised many issues that trouble our nations and the world. Today, I want to focus on the environment, in particular on our seas and oceans. They are the essence and foundation of all life on Earth. Without them, we would not be here. Croatia is both a Central European and a Mediterranean country with great biodiversity. The known species in Croatia is around 40,000, including significant populations of many species that are threatened in Europe and in the world today. Besides our talented people, biodiversity is our greatest treasure. In that vein, Croatia pays particular attention to environmental protection of the Adriatic Sea. We're focused on the preservation and facilitation of the marine and coastal environmental recovery, the protection of biodiversity, and the sustainable use of the sea and the coastal areas. Croatia's national ecological network covers 37% of our entire land area and 15% of our marine area. However, climate change and pollution threaten our natural resources, our delicate ecosystems, and our Adriatic Sea. We cannot neglect further the severe implications on our nature and the significant economic losses that we're facing in the future. Marine litter is a problem of increasing concern. It threatens marine life in the world's oceans and in the Adriatic Sea, having already impacted more than 700 marine species. Croatian coastal areas, one of the world's cleanest and most wondrous, are at times severely affected by poorly managed waste from our southern neighboring countries. The plastic pollution in our seas and oceans is one of the greatest threats that humanity is facing today. Without the preservation of our waters and our marine life, there will be nothing to leave to future generations. Each year, around 8 million tons of plastic end up in our oceans and our seas. Plastics are found throughout the marine environment, from the surface of the water down to the seafloor. We know that pollution has an annual financial negative impact measured in billions of dollars. These are only immediate costs of the plastic's impact on marine life, tourism, fisheries, and businesses. How plastic pollution carries toxic pollutants into our own food chain. A recent study has revealed that in general, and on average, people could be ingesting approximately 5 grams of plastic every week, which is the equivalent weight of a credit card. What we throw into the sea today, we reap in our food tomorrow. The renowned Institute of Oceanography and Fisheries in Split has been monitoring the Adriatic Sea since 1930, and its scientific activity encompasses very complex research in the fields of biological, chemical, and physical oceanography, sedimentology, fisheries biology, and aquaculture. Over 100 scientists and experts are diligently working on the preservation of the sea as one of our greatest assets. One of their main projects involves the cooperation with fishermen. Plastics and litter from the seafloor found in their fishing nets is collected and disposed of. A number of fishing ships are involved in the project and have so far collected over 50 tons of waste. In the Croatian part of the Adriatic Sea, 97% of the waters on the beaches are of exceptional quality. This we do not take for granted, nor can we allow ourselves to do so. That is why more and more local communities organize beach cleaning actions. The local communities and volunteers encourage tourists to take part in those activities as well. From this spot, I encourage all, please do stop throwing waste into our oceans and rivers. Our own future is at stake. Last year, I spoke about ocean cleanup, the first feasible method to rid the world's oceans of plastic and remove 50% of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch in just 5 years. The media has named it Pac-Man, referring to a popular video game. I spoke about the inventor of this method, the brilliant young Croatian scientist living in the Netherlands, Bojan Schlapt. But what we need is deeds, more deeds like that, and not just words. The clock is ticking. So today, instead of a lengthy speech, I want to use the remaining time to give real people a voice and emphasize, again, real actions which inspires further action. This is why I will tell you about Zlatin, one of the 1,246 Croatian islands. It is a small island inhabited by about 300 people, people with hearts and minds dedicated to the preservation of their environment and their home. Last year, young environmental enthusiasts gathered the entire local community to start an action called Take a Break from Plastic. The goal was to make Zlatin the first Adriatic island free of single-use plastic and plastic waste within a year. Their action was local, but their efforts are indeed global. Since I could not project any videos in this room, I kindly ask you to watch their short video and message on the web links provided in the written version of my speech. The video is, by the way, a subtitle in English, so you will be able to understand it. The people of Zlatin and supporters that you will see in the video had the vision and courage to transform their island community. Within just 1 year, the island has transformed. By signing a symbolic declaration, all residents, caterers, and merchants have disposed of disposable plastic from everyday use. Today, children of Zlatin educate hundreds of visiting tourists that plastics is not welcome on their island. And these children, they are our future, and they really deserve recognition for what they have been doing. In this chamber here, we're running out of excuses for not following the example of the people of Zlatin and not going and doing the same globally. Let us make all of our communities just as responsible as the people of Zlatin. Let us not hesitate and be discouraged by past or present failures, but rather provide strong leadership for our common success in the future. Fear is a time thief, and time is scarce. In the words of St. John Paul II, be not afraid. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Croatia, for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the head of state. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Evo Morales Jaime, Constitutional President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Evo Morales Jaime and to invite him to address the Assembly. Excellency.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to extend my greetings to my brother, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Tijani Mohamed Bande, Brother Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, brothers and sisters, presidents, chancellors, delegates, brothers and sisters, international organizations, and all the peoples of the world. Once again, we meet in this multilateral organization which is the most important organization of mankind, in order to reflect and to collectively analyze global problems which are a concern for our peoples. We observe with concern that the multilateral system is deteriorating as a result of unilateral measures taken by some states. States that have decided to ignore commitments, good faith, and global structures that were built in order for states to live healthily with each other in the context of international law and based on the basic principles of the United Nations Charter. We meet in this forum to debate and to seek solutions to the great and serious threats to mankind and life on this planet. Our house, Mother Earth, is our only home, and it is irreplaceable. Increasingly, it is suffering from more fires, more floods, hurricanes, earthquakes, droughts, and other disasters. Every year is hotter than the one before. More ice is melting. Sea level is increasing, and every day we see the disappearance of species suffer from land erosion, desertification, and deforestation. Brothers and sisters, we stand warned that if we continue on this path, by the year 2100, we will have reached a point where there is a 3-degree centigrade increase in temperature, which will lead to devastating and massive changes. The consequences of climate change will, according to data of this very organization, condemn millions of people to poverty, to hunger, to no access to drinking water. They will lose their homes. Forced displacements will take place. More refugee crises and more armed conflicts will take place. Brothers and sisters, in recent weeks, we have been surprised by forest fires that have broken out in various places around the planet. These fires have been unleashed in the Amazon, in Oceania, and Africa, and they impact the flora, the fauna, and biodiversity as a whole. In recent weeks in Bolivia, we have also seen focal points for heat, and we are fighting these fires using our financial, technical, and human resources. To date, our country has spent more than $15 million in order to put out the fires. We thank the international community for its timely cooperation in helping us to struggle against the fire, and we thank the international community for its commitment to participate in post-fire action. Brothers and sisters, and peoples of the world, the arms race, military spending, technology used in the service of death, unscrupulous arms trade, all have been on the rise. The financial system continues to be anti-democratic, inequitable, and unstable. The system continues to privilege tax havens and banking secrecy, forcing the weaker countries to accept conditions that only perpetuate their dependency. We observe with sadness that the huge social asymmetries continue to exist. According to Oxfam information, currently 1.3 billion people live in poverty, whereas 1% of the wealthiest on the planet hold 82% of world wealth in the year 2017. Inequality, hunger, poverty, the migratory crisis, epidemics of disease, unemployment, these are not just local problems. These are global problems. Moreover, humanity's creative capacity astonishes us on a daily basis with new inventions and new technology applications. These same technologies offer us fabulous solutions to complex problems. Technology has provided a qualitative leap forward for mankind, and yet it is necessary that in this multilateral body we establish agreements in order to provide for the participation of all states. Brothers and sisters, it is unavoidable to talk about the structural causes of the various crises. Transnational corporations control food, they control water, they control non-renewable resources, arms, and technology. These corporations control our personal data and are trying to turn everything into a business in order to accumulate more capital. The world is controlled by a global oligarchy where a handful of multimillionaires define the political destiny of mankind and economic destiny. 26 people have the same amount of wealth as 3.8 billion people. This is an insult. It's immoral, and it's unacceptable. The problem ultimately lies in the model of production and consumption, in ownership of natural resources, and the inequitable distribution of wealth. Let us speak plainly, and let us speak clearly. The root of the problem lies in capitalism, the capitalist system. And this is why the United Nations are more relevant and important than ever, despite individual efforts to undermine it, these efforts have been insufficient. And it's only through joint action that we will be able to have an opportunity to overcome those efforts. As we said before, our responsibility to the next generation is to deliver to the following generation a world which is more fair and more human. And this can only be achieved if we work together to consolidate a multipolar world based on common rules, and by defending multilateralism, by defending the principles and purposes enshrined in the United Nations Charter, and by defending international law.
Brothers, sisters, in Bolivia we have taken very important steps. We are the country with the highest economic growth in South America, with an average growth of 4.9% over the past 6 years. Between 2005 and 2019, the gross domestic product increased from 9.5 billion to over $40 billion. We have the lowest unemployment of the region. Unemployment fell from 8.1% in 2005 to 4.2% in 2018. Extreme poverty fell from 38.2% to 15.2% in 13 years. Life expectancy has increased over the past 9 years. Minimum wages increased from $60 to $310. The gender gap has been reduced, as well as land ownership by women has increased. 138,788 women received lands from 2005. Well, in 2005 it was 138,000. By 2018 it was over 1 million. Bolivia is the third country in the world with the largest participation of women in its parliament. Over 50% of members of parliament are women. Bolivia has declared itself free of illiteracy in 2008. The school dropout rate fell from 4.5% to 1.5% between 2005 and 2018. The infant mortality rate was reduced by 56%. We are in a process of implementing a system of universal health care which will guarantee that 100% of all Bolivians have access to free health care with dignity, quality, and humanity. We enacted a law for free care, free medical care for cancer patients. The statistics I mentioned are part of the achievements of our democratic and cultural revolution that has given Bolivia political, economic, and social stability. Brothers and sisters, how have we managed to achieve so much in such a short period of time? How has Bolivia managed to take the path towards defeating poverty and underdevelopment? Well, thanks to the mindfulness of our people, of the indigenous social movements, of farmers, of workers, of professionals, of men and women living in rural areas and in cities. We have nationalized our natural resources and our strategic businesses, taking control of our destiny. We have built a community-based socioeconomic model that is also productive and that acknowledges that basic services are a human right. Today, we can say with pride and optimism that Bolivia can look forward to its future. Brothers and sisters, there is a topic that is pending in the region, that is the sea, access to the sea. The sea is essential for life, for integration, and for the development of nations. This is why Bolivia will never renounce its right to have sovereign access to the Pacific Ocean. In 2015 and 2018, the International Court of Justice in The Hague, in its decisions, stated its position on the following elements. First of all, in paragraph 19 of the decision of the 1st of October 2018, it established that, quote-unquote, Bolivia had a coastline of 400 kilometers along the Pacific Ocean, end of quote. Secondly, in paragraph 50 of the decision of the 24th of September of 2015, it decided that matters under dispute are not matters that are, quote-unquote, resolved by arrangement of the parties or by arbitration or by decision of an international tribunal or regulated by agreements or treaties currently in force, end of quote. Thirdly, in paragraph 176 of the decision of the 1st of October of 2018, the court established that, quote, nonetheless, the conclusion of the court should not be understood as an impediment to the parties continuing their dialogue and exchange of views in a spirit of good neighborly relations in order to resolve the matters pertaining to the landlocked status of Bolivia, a solution which both parties have acknowledged as a matter of mutual interest. With the determination of both parties, this could be achieved successfully through meaningful negotiations, end of quote. This court decision has not put an end to the dispute. Quite to the contrary, the court is explicit in recognizing that this dispute continues and it has and does not close the possibilities for both states to try to find a solution. This is why the United Nations must monitor and demand the enforcement, the full enforcement of the decisions of the court, so that both nations can continue negotiating in good faith to close the wounds of the past that are still open. It is possible to promote a spirit of good neighborly relations and open a new chapter in our relationship in order to forge solutions that are mutually acceptable and lasting. Brothers and sisters, our countries confront situations that are very different and challenging, and that they should be tackled in a sovereign way, and that we should find solutions through dialogue and negotiation for the benefit and for the interests of our peoples. Bolivia, in in accordance with the resolutions of the United Nations, would like to reiterate its rejection of the economic and financial blockade that has been imposed against Cuba, which is an assault on all human rights. Finally, brothers and sisters, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all member states for their support for the various initiatives promoted by Bolivia, such as the International Year of Indigenous Languages, the Declaration of the Rights of Family Farmers, and the declaration of the 21st of June as the International Day of Solstice. To conclude, we would like to restate our commitment to consolidate a new world order of peace with social justice, of well-being and harmony with Mother Earth, respecting the dignity and identity of all peoples. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency President Evo Morales Ayma, President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, for his statement. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the head of state. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency, His Highness, His Highness. Thank you. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Highness, His Majesty King Abdullah ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and invite him to address the Assembly. Your Highness, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies. This week, leaders from around the world will stand before you here in this great General Assembly Hall to take part in the 2019 General Debate. We come here in recognition of a simple reality. This General Assembly is vital to meet the dangers and seize the opportunities of our world. Collective action. This is the promise of the United Nations. Nearly 75 years ago, this organization was created by the specific individual actions of member countries coming together to shape a better future. And today, we still urgently need each and every member country to act and to act together with our global neighbors and achieve the better, safer world all of us need. For if we do not act, what hope do we have? What will our future look like if millions of the world's young people continue to be denied the rich fruits of new technology and global wealth? Can we afford to ignore the crisis of exclusion? Or will we do the right thing? Support the energies and talents of all the world's youth and drive all economies forward through fair and inclusive global growth? What will our world look like if we do not work together for a healthy and safe environment? Water-scarce countries like Jordan already know the dangers of climate change. A global crisis demands global action. How can we excuse delay? And let's ask ourselves, why in the 21st century are crises still displacing millions of people across our world? There are more forced displacements today than at any time since World War II. What will tomorrow's world look like if we do not help end these crises and give refugees and hosts alike the support they need to meet the future? And how is it that today people can still be disrespected and victimized for their faith? Atrocities as mosques, churches, synagogues, and temples have shocked the conscience of the world. But so should the dark criminal ideals from across the ideological spectrum that drive these and other attacks. Hard work by all of us is needed to defeat these groups and their message of hate and mistrust. But no effort stands a chance unless young men and women everywhere have a stake in a positive future. The forces of violence seek out the vulnerable and excluded. Can we afford to abandon the world's young people to extremism and despair? My friends, collective action is also vital for ending bitter crises and conflicts. And no crisis has done more global damage than the core conflict in my region, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Neither side has achieved the durable peace that a secure future depends on. And regional and world stability has continued to pay the price. It is a terrible irony that the land holy to three faiths, faiths which share the great commandment to love one's neighbor, should ever be a place of conflict. This is the land where prophets walked, the land where generations of Muslims, Christians, and Jews have sought to live in obedience to God, teaching their children compassion, mercy, and respect for others. Segregation, forced displacement, violence, and mistrust do not belong in this holy land. 40 years ago, my father, his late Majesty King Hussein, who loved peace, stood in his very chamber and decried the occupation and attempts, in his words, to eradicate from the world's memory centuries of history and tradition and spiritual, moral, and cultural ideals. It is a global moral tragedy that the occupation continues. But no occupation, no displacements, no acts of force can erase people's history, hopes, or rights, or change the true heritage of our shared values among the three monolithic faiths. And nothing can take away the international rights of the Palestinian people to equality, justice, and self-determination. My friends, young people ask me, why does not the world stand up for Palestinian rights? Isn't it time to answer them by showing that global justice and human rights belong to them too? And it begins with respect for the holy sites and rejecting all attempts to alter the legal status of East Jerusalem and the authentic historic character of the holy city, Jerusalem. What lessons do we teach young people when armed personnel enter Al-Aqsa Mosque, Al-Haram al-Sharif, even as Muslim worshippers gather to pray? As a Hashemite custodian, I am bound by a special duty to protect Jerusalem's Islamic and Christian holy sites. But all of us have a stake and a moral obligation to uphold religious freedom and human rights. So let us safeguard the holy city for all humanity as a unifying city of peace. And we must also press forward towards an end to the conflict and a just, lasting, and durable peace through realization of the two-state solution, a solution that is in accord with international and UN resolutions, which provides an end to the conflict and creates a viable, independent, sovereign Palestinian state on the June 4th, 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in mutual peace and security. The two-state solution is the only genuine solution, because what is the alternative? One state, segregated, with unequal laws, dependent on force, betraying the deepest values of the good people on both sides? That is a formula for enduring conflict, not a path to stability, security, and peace. My friends, tolerance, compassion, the equality of all human beings, these are the values that make global harmony and collective action possible. And these are the values that permeate the UN Charter. To live together in peace as good neighbors, to honor the rights and equality of all, to combine our efforts and unite our strengths, not only to maintain peace and security, but improve human life through justice, prosperity, and greater hope for humanity. These are the moral obligations that the UN founders set forth. Now they are our responsibility, and we must not fail. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace and God's blessings and mercy be upon you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn Hussein. May I ask the representatives to remain seated while we greet the head of state. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Moon Jae-in, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Moon Jae-in, President of the Republic of Korea, and invite him to make an address to the Assembly. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thanks to the dedication of the United Nations and all the members of the world's problems have been solved and your efforts toward peace are coming to fruition, I would like to convey my deepest respect and appreciation. Let me offer my congratulations to Ambassador Tazani Muhammad Bande on assuming the presidency of General Assembly. I am confident that under his outstanding leadership, the UNGA will become a catalyst for promoting multilateral cooperation. The UN and the Korean Peninsula share the same goal of sustaining peace. I'd like to pay tribute to the endeavors of Secretary General Guterres to sustain peace through a virtuous cycle of peace and development. Distinguished President, Secretary General, and representatives from member states, the commitment of the UN to the peace of all people and SDGs will certainly bear fruit. The world is joining forces to help each other in disaster and emergency relief operation as well as in peacekeeping efforts. The UN must continue to play a central role in fostering cooperation within the international community. The Republic of Korea is a country that has benefited immensely from the UN. It was liberated from colonial rule in the year of UN inception. It it was able to overcome the scourge of war with the assistance of the UN and the international community. Carrying a sense of responsibility commensurate with the progress it has made, Korea is now working together with the international community to bring about peace and prosperity in East Asia and the whole world. The Olympic Truce Resolution adopted in November 2017 by the UN gave a big help to us once more. In accordance with the resolution, the joint military exercise between Republic of Korea and the U.S. planned for the spring of 2018 was suspended, thus creating an environment for the North Korean Olympic delegation to come to Pyeongchang. Pyeongchang Olympic Winter Games, in spite of initial concerns over security, was transformed into a peace Olympics, serving as an invaluable opportunity to resume dialogue between the two Koreas. Inter-Korean talks subsequently led to dialogue between the U.S. and North Korea. Decisions made by President Trump and Chairman Kim provided the momentum behind the dramatic change in the situation on the Korean Peninsula. Compared to the past, in which it took only a few rounds of gunfire to instigate major political unrest, the Korean Peninsula has undergone a distinct change. The negotiating table for peace on the Korean Peninsula still remains accessible. The two Koreas and the U.S. are setting their sights not only on denuclearizations and peace, but also in the economic cooperation that will follow thereafter. The Republic of Korea intends to create a peace economy whereby peace can lead to economic cooperation, which in turn will reinforce all working in virtuous cycle. The examples of how the ECSC and the OSCE had a positive impact on peace and prosperity within Europe present a fine model for us to emulate. Peace on the Korean Peninsula remains an ongoing challenge, and peace on the peninsula and in the whole world are inextricably linked to each other. We will continue dialogue with North Korea and will find and make a way toward complete denuclearizations and permanent peace while maintaining cooperation with UN member states, distinguished President, Secretary General, and representative from member states. Peace can only be created through dialogue. Peace can be considered as genuine when underpinned by agreements and law, and only peace that has been accomplished on the basis of trust will last. Over the past year and a half, dialogue and negotiations have produced significant results on the Korean Peninsula. Panmunjom, which used to be a symbol of division, has now become a demilitarized area where not even single pistol exists. The two Koreas withdraw guard posts inside the DMZ, thereby transforming it, the very symbol of confrontation, into a peace zone. In the past, unceasing breaches of the armistice agreement had raised military tensions and at times escalated the threat of war, but not a single confrontation has occurred since the Inter-Korean Comprehensive Military Agreement was signed on September 19th last year. What I would like to inform you about in particular is the fact that a total of 177 sets of remains have been recovered so far from Arrowhead Ridge, site of the fiercest battle waged between South Korea and UN troops against those of North Korea and China on the other. Beside the remains of South Korean soldiers, those presumed to be soldiers from the US, China, France, and the British Commonwealth have also been retrieved. 66 years after the war, 3 sets of South Korean soldiers' remains with confirmed identities have been returned to their families. This is truly rewarding achievements made possible by the efforts to build peace. These efforts have also made it possible for President Trump to become the first sitting American president to cross the military demarcation line and set foot on North Korean soil. The easing military tensions and solid trust among the leaders of both Koreas and the U.S. set the stage for a momentous trilateral meeting at Panmunjom. President Trump's action in taking Chairman Kim's hand and stepping over the military demarcation was in itself a declaration of the true beginning of a new era of peace. it was a remarkable step that will go down in the history of peace on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asia. I hope both leaders will take yet another huge step from there. The principles that I firmly held on to in the course of resolving issues related to Korean Peninsula remain unchanged. The first principle is zero tolerance for war. Korea is still in a state of armistice. The war has yet to come to an end. The tragedy of war should never be repeated on the Korean Peninsula. To this end, we must put an end to the longest-running armistice in human history and achieve a complete end to the war. The second principle is a mutual security guarantee. South Korea will guarantee the security of North Korea. I hope North Korea will do the same for South Korea. When the security of both sides is assured, it will be possible to exercise and the establishment of peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. At the very least, all hostile acts must be put on hold while the dialogue is ongoing. I hope the international community will also work together to alleviate the security concerns on the Korean Peninsula.
The third principle is co-prosperity. Peace does not simply mean the absence of genuine peace is all about enhancing mutual inclusiveness and interdependence while working together for co-prosperity. A peace economy in which the two Koreas take part will solidify peace on the peninsula and at the same time contribute to the economic development in East Asia and the whole world. Today, based on these three principles, which are in complete accord with the values upheld by the UN, I'd like to propose to the UN and all the member states the idea of transforming the DMZ that cuts across the midriff of the Korean Peninsula into an international peace zone. The DMZ is a colossal green zone that stretches 250 kilometers from east to west and then 4 kilometers from north to south. Its borders define a tragedy spawned by 70 years of military confrontation, but it has become a pristine ecological treasure trove. It has also become a symbolic space steeped in history, which embraces both the tragedy of division, as embodied by the Joint Security Area, guard posts and barbed wire fences, as well as the yearning for peace. The DMZ is the common heritage of humankind, and its value must be shared by the whole world. Once peace is established between the two Koreas, I will work together with North Korea to inscribe the DMZ as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. If we designate the area connecting Panmunjom and Kaesong in North Korea as a peace and cooperation district, and transform it into a zone where both Koreas and the international community can jointly explore the path to prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. And if the DMZ comes to house UN offices already stationed in the two Koreas and other international organizations related to peace, ecology, and culture, and emerge as a center for research on peace, peacekeeping, arms control, and trust building, it can become an international peace zone in name as well as substance. Approximately 380,000 anti-personnel mines are laid in the DMZ, and it is expected to take 15 years for South Korean troops to remove them on their own. However, cooperation with the international community, including the UN Mine Action Service, will not only guarantee the transparency and stability of demining operations, but also instantly turn the DMZ into an area of international cooperation. If North Korea makes sincere efforts to implement denuclearization, the international community should also reciprocate. The establishment of an international peace zone will provide an institutional and realistic guarantee to North Korea's security. At the same time, South Korea will also be able to gain permanent peace. Chairman Kim Jong-un and I agreed on the peaceful use of the and on-site inspections on the current state of North Korea's railroads were conducted after the two Koreas embarked on the reconnection of the severed railroads and roads. In addition, the groundbreaking ceremony for their reconnection and modernization has already taken place. All of these efforts constitute a process that will help solidify the foundation for peace on the Korean Peninsula and also contribute to peace and stability in Northeast Asia. When the DMZ that cuts across the midriff of the Korean Peninsula is turned into a peace zone, the peninsula will evolve into a bridging nation that connects the continent and the ocean and facilitates peace and prosperity. The vision of an East Asian railroad community in which 6 Northeastern countries and the U.S. take part could also become reality. Distinguished President, Secretary General, and representatives from countries around the world. In the aftermath of the Second World War, East Asia has made historically unprecedented progress through close mutual exchanges, division of labor, and economic cooperation by overcoming the pain of invasion and colonial rule. The free trade order marked by fair competition has served as its very foundation. We will be able to make further progress when we cooperate while safeguarding the values of free and fair trade upon the foundation of an earnest self-reflection on past history. The Republic of Korea intends to expand a people-centered community of mutual prosperity throughout the Korean Peninsula, East Asia, and the whole world by working in partnership with our neighbors. The ASEAN Republic of Korea Commemorative Summit and the Mekong Korea Summit to be held in Busan, Korea in November will serve as an opportunity to lay the foundation. The SDGs of the UN and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change are major tasks that we must achieve through multilateral cooperation. After formulating our own mechanism for the implementation of SDGs, we are channeling considerable efforts into their implementation as we had pledged to the international community. We enacted related laws such as the Sustainable Development Act, the Framework Act on Low Carbon Green Growth, and the Framework Act on International Development Cooperation, and established the Presidential Commission on Sustainable Development to ensure institutional implementation. Korea has dispatched 17,000 military personnel for UN peacekeeping operations to date, and has stood together with people around the world who suffer from diseases and natural disasters. Korea supports the Action for Peacekeeping Initiative and the Declaration of Shared Commitments led by Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and we will assist the virtuous cycle of peace and development by increasing the volume of our official development assistance. In particular, Korea will actively participate in the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on Women, Peace and Security, which will mark its 20th anniversary next year, and the LC Initiative for Women in Peace Operations that had been adopted in Vancouver 2017, will also host the next peacekeeping ministerial in Korea in 2021. Korea will host the second round of the P4G Summit, partnering for green growth and the Global Goals 2030 next year. The second P4G Summit will serve as an opportunity to strengthen the international community's solidarity for the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the SDGs. I hope that many stakeholders from governments, international organizations, businesses, and civil society will take interest and participate. This year is very special for Korea. 100 years ago, the Korean people launched the March 1st independence movement against Japan's colonial rule and established the provisional government of the Republic of Korea. After 100 years, Korea is now leading the efforts to achieve peaceful coexistence and equality based on love for humanity. Korea will continue to fulfill its responsibility and role in realizing the UN's goals of peace, human rights, and sustainable development, while standing together with the international community. We'll also work together to ensure that the UN's ultimate goals of international peace and security are realized on the Korean Peninsula. I hope that the international community's support and cooperation will enable the miracle of swords being turned into plowshares to take place on the Korean Peninsula. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the head of state. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Roch Marc Christian Kabore, President of the FASO and President of the Council of Ministers of Burkina Faso. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Roch Marc Christian Kabore, and to invite him to address the Assembly. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, candidate for Africa to the position of President of the 74th General Assembly, you were brilliantly elected on the 4th of June of this year, and it is my great pleasure to address you on behalf of my delegation and on my own behalf to extend my heartfelt congratulations. You have assumed this function in both in service of your country, Nigeria, and you have a perfect knowledge of the United Nations, and we wish you every success on behalf of Burkina Faso. And Madam President, history will remember that in 40 years of existence of our organizations, you were the 4th woman to be elected President of the General Assembly and the 2nd in 50 years. Given the remarkable work that you achieved and the results, please receive, Madam President, my congratulations for having met such major challenges around the theme of the 73rd year. Mr. Secretary General, may I begin by renewing our recognition and gratitude to you on behalf of the Burkinabe people for your personal commitment and that of the United Nations and your support to my country in difficult times. This is the time to renew my encouragement for implementation, courageous implementation of reforms undertaken, and to congratulate you on your report presented on 24th of July 2019 to the Security Council on activities of the Bureau and the Sahel. The declaration of the Security Council President on the issue of security on this occasion augurs well for the future. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this year, this 74th session has the topic of, and I quote, galvanizing multilateral efforts for poverty eradication, quality education, climate action, and inclusion, end of quote. Burkina Faso is pleased with the theme chosen due to its relevance and to the fact that it is a very current topic. Because more than ever, multilateralism is, for my country, the only path to finding solutions to the great problems of the world. And to these challenges, we must add combating terrorism and violent extremism, organized crime, and cybercrime, which no country can vanquish alone, regardless of how powerful it is. And given all that has been achieved by the United Nations in peacekeeping, security, justice, human rights, development, and fighting climate change with the Paris Accord, given those achievements, we must imperatively work to bolster multilateralism and the role of the United Nations as a means to finding solutions to the problems of our planet, and to do so together. Sir, while there are phenomena that are sad in our world today, and they are first and foremost terrorism and poverty. Since January 2016, our country has had to face ongoing terrorist attacks, unprecedented in scope, the impacts of which at the human level, social and economic level, are heavy in consequences. Escalation of violence and insecurity has led to an unprecedented humanitarian crisis, with many victims, civilian and within the security and defense forces, with hundreds of and thousands of internally displaced, closed schools, healthcare infrastructure and other infrastructure closed down, all symbols of states that have been destroyed. Destabilization continues through destabilization of communities who are shifting given violent confrontation. Turning to public finance, I'd like to look at increase in expenditure for security to the detriment of financing for social development and development. I'd take this occasion to applaud the United Nations accompaniment of Burkina Faso given its unraveling of the security and humanitarian situation. And indeed, Burkina Faso's eligibility to the Peacebuilding Fund announced by the Secretary General of the United Nations made it possible to have an interagency mission led by the Special Representative of the SG for Africa and West Africa and the Sahel, and to form an emergency task force under the leadership of the Undersecretary General to open 5 regional centers of the United Nations outside the capital to be closer to the population in their difficult moments, and to ensure support for international partners is well coordinated and aligned on agreed upon strategy, which is comprehensive and integrated and which establishes a link between prevention, emergency aid, recovery, and development. The government requested an assessment mission to look at prevention and peace building by the African Development Bank, the European Union, and the World Bank, all of which is currently underway, and recommendations are about to be issued. Turning to poverty, eliminating poverty is one of the main objectives of ODA because the United Nations says that thousands and millions of people live below the poverty level. And if this trend is not reversed, more than 168 million children will be living in abject poverty. More than ever, the international community must intensify its fight against poverty to eradicate it, which is the sine qua non condition for sustainable and inclusive development. And this struggle will have an impact only if we effectively ensure coordination of multiform actions of the 3rd United Nations Decade for the Elimination of Poverty, to wit 2018, 2027, and Agenda 2030. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, the security situation in the G5 Sahel space is still a source of concern. Above and beyond Burkina Faso, and in my capacity as the chair of the G5 Sahel, I'd like to recall here to the international community how important it is to sustain the G5 Sahel countries in their determined fight against terrorism and in order to promote development. Indeed, the actions of terrorist arms groups are spreading geographically, both within our countries and outside the G5 Sahel space. And this is clear evidence that it is important to take initiatives and measures urgently. In this regard, the Accra Initiative and the ECOWAS Summit, which was held on 14 September last to look at the issue of security in West Africa, are commendable. These initiatives indicate that the struggle against terrorism needs to be at the regional level. And at this stage, I'm very pleased that the G5 Sahel, well supported by the Secretary General before the Security Council, their requests to the Security Council were favorably looked upon through the adoption of Resolution 2480 and renewal of the MINUSMA mandate. Through this resolution, MINUSMA will bring support to all battalions operating in the joint force of the G5 Sahel and in that theater, with the condition that they be working with other partners who would assume responsibility for and provide assistance to operation zones above and beyond the Malian territory. During the extraordinary summit of ECOWAS in Ouagadougou to discuss terrorism, heads of state noted the inoperative nature of MINUSMA in dealing with the terrorist threat in Mali due to the limits of its mandate conferred upon it by the Security Council. It would seem inconceivable that with 12,000 men and substantial means available to it, that this force is not able to effectively contribute to the fight against terrorism in Mali. That is why, with the urging of my peers in ECOWAS and in my capacity as president of the G5 Sahel, I appeal for a more robust and more offensive mandate to be conferred upon MINUSMA. Such a mandate would make it possible to secure and further stabilize Mali and all the other countries in the G5 Sahel region. Also, we call upon the Security Council to grant a mandate under Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter to the joint forces of the G5 Sahel in order to ensure that it has ongoing resources. With Germany and France, we proposed during the Biarritz summit of the G7 countries the establishment of an international partnership to promote stability and security in the Sahel, which would include fighting terrorism and action to promote development. Here, I'd like to call upon all partners to adhere to this without reservation, because peace and stability in the Sahel are also peace and stability for Africa and for the rest of the world. Mr. President, I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate the acknowledgement of the peoples and governments of my country and those of the G5 Sahel countries to the entire United Nations system and all of our partners for their support and accompaniment of which we have benefited since the beginning of the security and humanitarian crises. And I renew my appeal to bilateral and international solidarity in order to provide the G5 Sahel joint forces with the equipment and financial resources necessary to proper functioning in order to favor our national development programs and regional development programs through priority investment programs. The two pillars are security and development, and they are necessary to ensure stability of the region. Along these same lines, the G5 Sahel country adopted on the 13th of September the exert power. This is geared to exploiting solar energy to provide energy to some 60 million people between now and 2030, create jobs, provide access to water, education, agriculture, and health care. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, despite the difficult situation in my country, my government is continuing implementation of its program in order to meet the basic needs of our people, to strengthen democracy, and to consolidate the rule of law. Indeed, consolidating economic recovery, fighting unemployment, empowerment of young people and women, and initiatives to promote vulnerable people and good governance are all at the heart of our action. Also, in the context of fighting social inequality, and also to promote harmonious development of all of our country, two instruments to reduce regional disparity and to galvanize local economies have been put in place through the urgent program of the Sahel and Burkina Faso, which has been expanded to the 5 regions affected by violent extremism, and the support program for the development of local economies. Turning to democratic governance, I have confided this to a political dialogue in order to have a dialogue with the opposition last June. The dialogue was positive. We did so by instituting legislative regulatory texts that relate to this matter. Sir, turning to fighting climate change, I'd like to first applaud yesterday the Climate Action Summit, the format of which made it possible to formulate specific and concrete proposals. I'd also like to commend the success of the States Parties Conference on against desertification that was held in India recently, and to point out the clear link between desertification and climate change. The countries of the Sahel understood quite well, they who created, as of 1973, the Interstate Committee for Fighting Drought in the Sahel. In Burkina Faso, climate change leads to the displacement of people and exacerbates the conflict between animal husbandry and farmers due to the lack of water, scarcity of water, and the rare arable land, or land available for animal husbandry. This is why, in the context of the prevention and struggle against the impact of climate change, my country has taken a number of important initiatives, a 5-year plan for reforestation, and a plan for risk reduction, and also a disaster preparation plan. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, despite the difficult security context, Burkina Faso continues to assume its international obligations by providing support to the United Nations to help other brother and sister nations to find peace. And thus, Burkina Faso, which is one of the great and large troop contributing countries to peacekeeping missions, is present in both Mali and Darfur. In Guinea-Bissau, our troops are participating in the context of the ECOMIB force put in place by ECOWAS, which made it possible to provide a certain amount of stability to this sister nation, making it possible for the first time that the President of a republic finish his term. Moreover, efforts have been undertaken to increase women's contribution, to take into account gender in peacekeeping missions of the United Nations. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, at this time that when we are meeting, international news has been marked by tension and threats to international peace and security. While we are all present here at each session of the General Assembly, and that is because we believe in the United Nations capacity, a symbol par excellence of multilateralism and diplomacy, a symbol of being able to find lasting solutions to major challenges and also to the various crises that affect us in different parts of the world. The security crisis in the Sahel space is a direct result of the destructuring of and breakdown of the Libyan state. And thus I call upon the international community to mobilize and find a solution for lasting peace in that country, because it's only through settling the security crisis in Libya that we will find peace in my own country. And on this topic, Burkina Faso commends the United Nations mediation and strongly recommends involvement of the African Union in the hopes of their joint efforts leading to a solution of the Libyan crisis. With regard to Western Sahara, Burkina Faso reiterates its support to the political process, and we call upon the United Nations to appoint a joint representative who well understands the situation in Libya to help find a solution to the problem. Turning to Western Sahara, Burkina Faso reiterates its support to the political process underway under the exclusive auspices of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, with a view to finding a mutually acceptable and negotiated solution politically to the dispute, as recommended by the Security Council since 2007 and through its resolution 2468 adopted in April of 2019. Burkina Faso is pleased with the effective holding of 2 round tables including Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania, and the Polisario, keeping with resolutions 2414 and 2440 of the Security Council. And I take this opportunity to here applaud the work of the former Special Envoy, the Secretary General of the United Nations, during his term. Given the regional nature of this dispute, Burkina Faso would call upon all states in the region to make their contributions to the political process and strengthen their participation in the negotiations. In the Middle East, the Palestinian question continues to be a major source of concern in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and Burkina Faso reiterates its support for a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living together in peace and as good neighbors. Burkina Faso strongly condemns the aggressions and attacks repeatedly against Saudi Arabia and its oil facilities. Regardless of where these attacks have come from, these attacks are a serious threat to peace in Saudi Arabia and for the region as a whole, and that's why we solemnly call for a cessation of these acts of hostility. As to the commercial, financial, and trade embargo imposed on Cuba by the United States, Burkina Faso believes it is time to lift it, given the harm it is doing to the Cuban people and has done for some years now. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, international peace and security are threatened by the possibility of an arms escalation. This is why Burkina Faso supports all multilateral initiatives and actions geared to disarmament both of weapons of mass destruction and disarmament of conventional weapons. Moreover, even today more than yesterday, there is clear evidence that proliferation of light arms and small weapons is a threat to international peace and security in various regions of the world, but especially in West Africa and the Sahel, and it is a weight on our ability to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Also, I would urge states to allocate resources set forth by disarmament programs to the financing of ODA and to the Green Development Fund and the Green Fund. This would provide an opportunity for millions of poor people to have better prospects for the future. Sir, yesterday we held the Climate Action Summit and the high-level meeting on universal health care, and we hope that all of these initiatives will make it possible to create a dynamic and political support at all levels in order to bolster the private sector's commitment in order to leverage as much as possible their innovative solutions and finance ODA. In this regard, we would congratulate the Secretary General for launching the World Alliance for Investors for Development that met yesterday, the 23rd of September. This pool will be made up of 25 to 30 CEOs of huge corporations from around the world who will be using their knowledge and know-how to provide further investment in the long run for sustainable development as a glimmer of hope at a time when financing is increasingly rare. Like all countries, it's with the specific attention of Burkina Faso following negotiations between governments on the reform of the Security Council. Also, we are looking at the negotiations and following carefully all issues relating to revitalizing the General Assembly, partnership, and regional organizations and sub-regional organizations. With regard to reform, I would quote, "The future that we want, the United Nations that we need, reaffirm collective commitment to multilateralism," end of quote. Burkina Faso is of the hope that finally, after negotiations that have been underway for 20 years, these negotiations will lead to all of our wishes being fulfilled. That is, a Security Council which is more representative of the 193 member states of the United Nations in the two categories of members with all the privileges and obligations conferred upon them. This is the time to renew Burkina Faso's complete adherence to the common position, the position of Africa as reflected in the Eswatini Consensus and the CERT Declaration. In commemorating the 24th of April 2019 as the first International Day of Multilateralism and Diplomacy in the Service of Peace. In doing so, the United Nations reaffirm the importance of multilateralism, and one where in our world of today, global challenges can only be met together.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the FASO and President of the Council of Ministers of Burkina Faso for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the head of state. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sebastián Piñera Echenique, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Sebastián Piñera Echenique, President of the Republic of Chile, and invite him to address the Assembly. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates. Each generation faces its own challenges, but none of them has faced a challenge as urgent or as enormous as that of our generation, that is climate change and global warming. That is the mother of all battles, because it's a battle for our very survival. Human beings are the smartest creatures on Earth. It's also the only one that is capable and sometimes ready to destroy their own planet. Several prestigious magazines over the past few months have featured the images of planet Earth on their covers, urging people to save the planet. But I think they're wrong. What's at stake is not Earth itself, but what's at stake is the survival of the entire human race on this planet. Our planet is over 4.5 billion years old, and over this long history it has suffered and resisted and survived all kinds of circumstances, such as hurricanes, glacial ages, warmings, floods, volcanic eruptions, heavy rains, earthquakes, tsunamis, meteorite falls. It has survived all these. And yet, 99 of every 100 species that in the past existed no longer exist. And we do not want human beings to be added to that list of extinction. Scientific evidence is overwhelming and conclusive. The current situation is critical. The last report of scientists shows that the concentration of greenhouse gases and global average temperatures are the highest in the past 800,000 years, and over the past five years have been the warmest in the known history of humankind. This report indicates that even if we implement the commitments that we've undertaken now in the framework of the Paris Agreement, the temperature will still exceed the target established in the agreement, reaching 3.4 degrees centigrade. It's almost the equivalent of a disaster. We need to implement these commitments to ensure that the target of not exceeding 1.5 degrees is reached. And these are not simply theoretic commitments. It's something that we're seeing. We're seeing intense heat waves, severe floods, harsh droughts, powerful hurricanes, ice calving, and sea level rise. And we can continue. The oceans are rising, and increasingly they're deoxygenizing. In the last 30 years, humankind have destroyed 50% of coral reefs, which sustain marine life. We have burned or cleared a great part of our forests, which are essential for the life and survival of our planet. What's most important is that these changes that in the past took centuries or thousands of years now are taking place in less than a decade. Mother Nature has been trying to alert us for many years, expressing her anguish. She's asking us something as simple as for us to take care of her so that she can take care of us. The Paris COP21 set the goal of limiting global temperature increase to well below 2%. But the commitments that the countries signed on to that summit are not sufficient, as we mentioned, and they're not even being implemented. We need urgently to take up this challenge, which means making sure that climate change and global warming do not turn into a tragedy. Now, of course, this is not a matter of belief or ideology. It's a matter of science, and the science has spoken clearly, and it indicates that we have little more than a decade to change radically the course of history and the way that we treat our planet. We already know too much to continue to remain skeptical. This is not just an environmental challenge. It is a moral challenge. A moral challenge to ourselves and to our future generations, to our children, to our grandchildren. Future generations have a right to live on this planet. And yes, at this same tribune, we heard the voice of children and young people who demanded that we act responsibly, that we be held accountable not only for what we have done, but most importantly, what we haven't done. And these future generations also want to live in a healthy planet. And of course, these new generations will judge us, and will judge us very severely on the way that we have managed to tackle this tremendous challenge of climate change. And for this to avoid a tragedy, necessarily we need to understand that we're on the wrong path, that the time is running out, and that we need to change direction. Now, we're two options in the face of us, or some who say that, let's wait, let's see what happens, and then we'll deal with the consequence. And those in the second group who believe that the time has come to tackle this challenge of climate change and change the course of history. The good news is that science and technology offer us tools and instruments, and that we still have time to make this important change in our direction for the future of humankind and in the way we treat our planet. Now, Chile has opted this second path of taking up the challenge. This is why we will host the COP that will take place in December. What are the goals of this COP Conference of Parties that we'll have in Chile? First of all, to make sure that countries commit themselves to much more ambitious and enforceable commitments than those that we have so far committed ourselves to combat climate change. And it's good news that 66 countries today, one of every 3 countries, has already committed itself to transform into carbon neutral countries. That is zero emissions of carbon gas or greenhouse gas. Just a few weeks ago, this seemed impossible. So we really are seeing a change of attitude, a change of awareness, and a greater commitment to deal with this problem. The Secretary General of the United Nations tasked us a few months ago to lead the coalition for climate mitigation, to make sure that more countries and more businesses, more cities commit themselves to carbon neutrality. And as I was saying, it's something that was stated in the Osaka conference, in the G20 conference. More and more countries are taking this commitment. At first it was only 20, and now it's 66, over 100 cities, over 100 major corporations that have taken up the commitment of carbon neutrality. But in addition to that, we need to incorporate the protection and preservation of rainforests and their wonderful diversity. And of course, we need to incorporate not only rainforests, but make sure that they are growing. Because when these forests grow, they capture carbon. This is why, together with the presidents of France and Colombia, we have created the Alliance for Rainforests. This will have its second phase of work during the COP that we will be holding in December in our country. But also, we need to incorporate the preservation of oceans. Oceans capture 50% of greenhouse gases. And they capture over 90% of the increase in temperatures that we human beings generate. And yet, they are very severely affected. The United Fund for Science has shown the degree of acidification and oxygenation that is affecting our oceans is killing marine life. This is why the COP in Chile will be a blue COP, because unless we have blue, there won't be green, and unless we have green, there won't be life. Third, we need to fully incorporate regional governments, communities, cities, NGOs, private companies, civil society, and the citizens of the whole world in this noble cause to combat climate change. And fourthly, we need to agree to put into place a number of instruments that were agreed in Paris but are not yet effective. For example, carbon markets, in order to raise more resources and to make the fight to reduce carbon emissions more effective. For this reason, Chile would like to announce today the launch of an alliance for a climate ambition that will bring together states, cities, businesses, civil society on all these topics. And in fact, Chile has taken the commitment a few months ago to be a carbon neutral country, and we take this very seriously. And today we're implementing a plan to achieve that goal, which is based on 4 pillars. First of all, the complete decarbonization of our energy matrix. 2, the change of our system of public transport into a system that is completely based on electricity rather than fossil fuels. Energy efficiency standards in all spheres, and an ambitious protection reforesting plan of our forests. All this as part of a framework law on climate change that clearly sets out strategies, instruments, and deadlines to achieve this carbon neutrality goal. Now, of course, we need to use all instruments that science and technology offer us. They're allies, and we need to put behind us this culture of single-use items and promote the idea of recycling. We need to embrace the culture of recycling. It won't be an easy path. It requires ambition. The ambition requires the financing. However, it's also true that financing always follows ambition. This is why I would like to make an appeal to the leaders of the world, or yesterday that we heard this appeal to all people of good faith, to acknowledge that we have no more time to lose. We need to move from diagnostics and discussions to action. And we need to set aside this false dichotomy between economic growth and the protection of the environment. Development either is sustainable or it will not be development, because these two concepts do not compete, but rather they're complementary. And of course, we need to significantly increase investments in innovation and technology in order to better confront these challenges. These are the engines that will make it possible for us to make development, which is so essential, compatible with the care for nature, which is so essential and urgent. We also will need to mobilize and raise a lot more resources than what we have done, and to help the countries that are most vulnerable to join this noble cause. From the very farthest ends of the world, from the extreme south of our planet, we invite all governments and all sectors of society to join COP Chile and to commit themselves to this, the greatest challenge of our generation. It will be a battle, a grueling battle, which will depend on us. Our victory will depend on us. And we can't simply continue disregarding it. This is the largest, the most important challenge of our generation, to change the erroneous course of history over the past few decades and to take steps to ensure the survival of human beings on this planet. Now, in this same Tribune last year, I acknowledged some of the mistakes and problems in my country, and I referred to what happened in certain areas, something that caused damage to thousands of people. But it's not enough to acknowledge. It's important to take action. This is why the problem of pollution and intoxication that affected many people, poisoning that affected many people, including around Quintero and Punchaví communities, were followed by a commitment to urgently and willingly address the situation. And today, I can say that we are implementing a renovated decontamination plan for these communities, which includes emission control standards that are as rigorous as European Union standards. Also, a state control of the online monitoring network, which is being upgraded. And also, we have mobilized our healthcare system. Also, the Finnish Meteorological Institute has performed a painstaking environmental audit and has made a number of very useful recommendations to overcome this problem. The same thing can be applied to our planet. If we don't do anything, very soon the whole planet might become something that we're going to sacrifice, and we cannot allow this. Just a few days ago, the New York Times published in its headlines that a quarter of humankind is confronting serious problems of water supplies. And among these countries, Chile, Mexico, India, North Africa, and California are among the most vulnerable. And I want to refer to the extensive and intensive drought that affected my country over 10 years ago, and that led to a severe drop in the level of rivers, and it led to decreased rainfall and less abundant rivers, and less water accrued in reservoirs, and less snow in our mountain ranges. Our government, and in fact, the government passed decrees on water scarcity and agricultural emergency that will allow for small and medium-sized farmers to ensure drinking water for their agriculture and all water for their agriculture, integrating modern technologies to better use water resources both as domestic and agricultural levels with mechanized and industrial irrigation. We are building dams. Our priority is 26 dams. Also, we're recharging aquifers and using desalination plants and using sewage waters, which we're reprocessing. But of course, all this takes time in resolving these problems. But also, I want to refer today to a problem that is affecting the entire global economy. We are witnessing a very worrisome weakening of the global economy. Trade and investment around the world are weakening. The trade war and the tariff war, which has lasted too long, is pitting the two largest economies of the world. The weakening of global trade and the increase in protectionism, increased inefficiencies and trade embargoes, embargo measures in the WTO. All this is harmful to the economy as a whole. These are preventing the creation of jobs and improvement of standards of living. Today we have major technological breakthroughs, and we should be moving faster than ever towards integration. We need to rebuild a multilateral economic order that is upheld based on rules that are acknowledged and respected by all, that promote free trade and integration and flows of investment, that combats protectionism, eliminates barriers to trade, harmonizes regulations, and establishes universal rules that that prevents and punishes unilateral actions against this global order. This is why we need to modernize, and we'll also modernize the World Trade Organization as quickly as possible and strengthen the international community. In November of this year, Chile will be hosting the APEC summit, which brings together economies representing over 2/3 of the world's GDP, and we hope to achieve significant progress in free trade and combat and in the fight against protectionism. However, just a thought, today when the world is in dire need of leadership and guidance on climate change, on global warming, on free trade and integration, it is not reasonable that the two greatest powers in the world, instead of unifying to demonstrate leadership and effectively confront these problems, are confronting each other, leaving a very worrying and serious leadership void. Lastly, I want to share some thoughts on the fact that there's no incompatibility or conflict in thinking of a more global world and at the same time being patriotic. These are not opposites. They're two sides of the same metal that allow us to achieve balance between integration and national identity. Lastly, I'd like to conclude these words with some thoughts about my own country, Chile. And here I would like to mention, before mentioning Chile, I want to just speak about certain needs in our Latin American continent. We need to put an end to the dictatorship that affects the Venezuelan people. A corrupt and incompetent dictatorship that doesn't respect human rights and that has links to drug trafficking. This dictatorship has put Venezuela, which was one of the richest countries in Latin America and a democracy, and the country with the greatest oil reserves in the world, to become a country that is experiencing a deep social, economic, and moral crisis, and that literally its inhabitants, due to a lack of food and medication, are risking their own lives, and their response has been to massive migration. Over 4.5 million Venezuelans have left their country due to a lack of opportunities or looking for better opportunities for their lives. There's no doubt that this is a cause that commits all of Latin America. Lastly, speaking of Chile, each generation has a mission to fulfill. The founding fathers of our country conquered freedom and independence and bequeathed to us a free country. The generation just before us managed to achieve freedom and recover democracy. Our generation has a new challenge to overcome hunger and to defeat underdevelopment, and to do it peacefully in such a way so that all of my compatriots get an opportunity to develop their talents, their abundant talents, and at the same time to have a security of a dignified and decent life, where everyone can strive to fulfill themselves together with their families and to achieve happiness. That is our mission, a mission to which we are committed, and a mission on depending the outcome of which will be judged by future generations, by our children, by our grandchildren. We cannot fail. I pray to God that He illuminates our path, that He blesses the Chileans and all the people, all the nations of the world. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the head of state. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, and invite him to address the Assembly. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, friends. We are here at this General Assembly at a time when the Secretary General has chosen such an extremely important topic, the climate, as our central topic, which we discussed yesterday. And we're seeing more and more impatience everywhere. And we're seeing more and more around the world that many things can lead us to feel pessimistic. We are not meeting the challenge. The demands that we have set for ourselves, the goals that we have set for ourselves in the area of global warming or the combat to protect biodiversity. There are many tensions around the world. The level is unprecedented. Just when we see what just happened in the Gulf a few days ago, in the Persian Gulf, or when we see the challenges that many of our friends in the Sahel are facing, and I see many friendly faces here that I know from other regions of the world. These conflicts are increasingly more complex and cruel against the civilians, against humanitarian personnel, against rights defenders. As David Miliband said, it's the age of impunity that has opened. Trade tensions are increasing. There are increasing worries about technological change and its impact. I don't want to draw a picture that is extremely pessimistic, and I know that you're tired of listening to speeches since this morning. I don't want to give you a whole litany of reasons for which to despair. However, we have everything to meet these challenges, everything, and in an unprecedented way. First of all, we have the knowledge. Never has science around the world been so abundant to meet the challenges that we have, and to see the means of meeting these challenges. Everything we're developing in technology. Every year, we have the knowledge and we have the funding. There is no lack of funding around the world. We have the capacity to innovate that is unequal, and which is on a number of topics is also a way of dealing with these challenges. We have means of combating poverty to deal with many of the changes that I just mentioned. We have an awareness, a deep awareness of these problems of the modern world. Our young people, and also our public opinions are better informed and aware than ever before. And we have a framework here, even. A framework, an organization of free states that is ready to work together to deal with the challenges and prepare for the future. We have, as we call it, a framework for multilateralism, whether it's regional multilateralism or to deal with specific issues, specialized organizations. So what are we lacking? Why do we keep pronouncing speeches and keep giving our people the illusion that we can't seem to be doing anything about it? Well, speaking here before you, I remembered a text that often has given me sustenance, and that Solzhenitsyn, in fact, wrote in 1968 on the decline of courage. That is what is missing. That is what we're lacking, is courage. A lot of courage, and enough, often enough. And here I would simply like to say that the appeal that I would like to make to you would be for us to two subjects just to start. The courage to start building peace and the courage to act responsibly, to take responsibility. The courage, first of all, to build peace, because you need courage for that. Because each time to build peace is taking a risk. It means not simply defending your own narrow interests or positions that sometimes have led to escalation of tensions around in every region of the world. Building peace is to take a risk, the risk of engaging in dialogue, making a compromise, to rebuilding trust. And in so many regions, that is what we need. It's what the Middle East today needs. In the region of the Gulf, the region needs it. The courage, it means not simply provocations or reprisals. No, it's a responsible action followed by transparency. From the first time when I spoke at this General Assembly, I shared my convictions on the Iranian issue. I said that the strategy of pressure on the Iranian nuclear program could only lead to an increase in tensions in the region, unless there was a clear prospect for diplomatic solution. In 2018, after the American withdrawal from the Vienna Agreement of 2015, I proposed a global framework making it possible to preserve the JCPOA and to complement it with a more expanded approach dealing with issues raised by the Iranian nuclear program after 2025, also the role of Iran in regional crises and its ballistic programs. Well, what do we have today? Well, the American strategy and the European, Russian, and European determination to preserve the 2015 agreement, to these, Iran has responded by a strategy of maximum pressure on its regional environment and its neighbors. In this context, the growth in tensions that we've seen over the past few months has been constant. The attacks on the 14th of September against Saudi Arabia have clearly changed the situation. And so, bearing that in mind, today we have a risk of a serious conflict based on a miscalculation or a disproportionate response. Peace is at the mercy of an incident, of a miscalculation, and the consequences for the region would be very serious. Too serious for us to live on the edge of a cliff. So what should we do? Well, more than ever, I very sincerely and profoundly believe that the time has come to resume negotiations between the United States of America, Iran, the signatories of the JCPOA, and the countries of the region, which are first and foremost affected by the security and stability of. So what should be the conditions, the terms, and the goal, the targets of these negotiations? First of all, the certainty that Iran never acquire or develop nuclear weapons. Secondly, a solution to a crisis in Yemen. Thirdly, a regional security plan, which also incorporates the other crises of the region and security of maritime navigation. And finally, a lifting of economic sanctions. I'm not naive at all, and I don't believe in miracles. I believe that it takes courage to build peace, and that is why it's important for the United States, Iran, and the signatories of this agreement to show this courage. It is with the same conviction that we will continue our work that we've discussed at length over these weeks and during the G7 summit in Biarritz on Syria, on Libya, on the Sahel. Now, with regard to Syria, I want to salute the encouraging announcement made by the Special Representative of the Secretary General yesterday, and a decisive step forward in finally establishing the Constitutional Committee that has been so long awaited. We also looking at the humanitarian situation at Idlib. We need to be vigilant and demanding. We are all attached to the stability of Syria in all its regions, and the need to protect all its people. And we will continue working to build an inclusive, lasting political solution in Syria. This will demand the work of this constitutional committee. It will also require securing Syrian territory to allow voluntary and safe return of refugees. It will also require a free electoral process which will enable all Syrian citizens to take part. On Libya, the G7 summit recalled our goals and convictions. I very deeply believe that today we need an inter-Libyan reconciliation conference and a strong commitment of the African Union to working together with the United Nations to achieve this. Many initiatives have been taken, and I welcome the engagement of Germany. I welcome the engagement of holders who want to build peace, but a lasting peace. A lasting peace will only be built on the basis of an inter-Libyan reconciliation. In the Sahel, you know how committed France is there. We've always been committed, and we've reaffirmed it. And there, the future lies in building lasting cooperation in the region among the 5 member states of the G5 Sahel, the engagement of our armed forces, the involvement of the United Nations, and the need we have to change the mandate of MINUSMA and to fully incorporate our goals, combating terrorism, lasting security in the Sahel, to incorporate those in the mission that we have set for ourselves, to move MINUSMA under Chapter 7, to continue involving all the armed forces of the region, re-engage all the security forces in the region in this combat against terrorism, and commit our energies into development and stabilization. This is essential. These are just some of the situations where dialogue, where political solution are keys to success. Again, this courage that it requires to build peace. It's what we have seen for the past few months in Sudan, and we didn't even suspect it. Thanks to the force of the Sudanese people, thanks to the capacity for dialogue between the army and the people, thanks to the work, once again, of the African Union, and thanks to the role of Ethiopia. And I want to, in particular, congratulate Ethiopia and the region as a whole for its clairvoyance, for its courage to build peace that is required today in Ukraine. President Zelensky has taken the first steps. President Putin has responded in kind. The progress over the past few weeks have been made. And here we know, again, what should be the next steps. We have the Minsk Agreement. And we should be able to build a lasting peace by working on the ground. In the next few weeks, we will have the Normandy format summit heads of state and government. On each one of these topics, the same question is asked of us: how to create an effective framework cooperation between states. And I believe it's possible. I don't believe that the problems that we are facing can be resolved by diluting responsibilities, or a kind of seeing a globalization that disregards our peoples, our nations. And I go back to what President Trump said this morning. And I don't believe that the crises that we're experiencing can be resolved by turning inward, by isolationism. I truly believe in patriotism. But a patriotism that combines a love of one's nation a universal vocation. I truly believe in sovereignty, a sovereignty that ensures autonomy and independence for oneself, and also conjugates it with the need to cooperate. What we need today is to reinvent what I defined, or what I called a strong multilateralism, as in my last statement to you. Not in this kind of old and a multilateralism that has been repeated ad infinitum, but rather a multilateralism based on real cooperation that strives to produce concrete results. We have demonstrated the effectiveness of this contemporary strong multilateralism. We showed it on the climate, and after the decision by the United States to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, together with the UN and the World Bank, we had the One Planet Summit. It made it possible to involve other actors, other stakeholders, other sources of funding. We saw that yesterday at the Climate Action Summit. By involving new actors, by launching a new momentum, we've demonstrated. And yesterday, the ratification by Russia of this same agreement is, I think, a demonstration of success of this approach. And the coalitions that were formed on various topics are further proof of this. It's the same pragmatic multilateralism that we have used to combat terrorism around the world during the Aqaba process, the Christchurch appeal in Paris. And I welcome the commitment of the King of Jordan and the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Yesterday, some 50 countries joined the initiative. There are platforms that have been set up to take concrete action. And I think we will go even further. But we have a concrete and true response, effective response to this. And we need to continue. We need to continue this momentum, this capacity of innovating to respond to modern challenges. And my Partnership for Democracy is also part of this. We need to be inventive. We need to be original in terms of security. The major challenge for us today is that we are no longer capable of ensuring stability in a world that's increasingly conflictual after leaving a two-polar world that in which we lived for many, many decades. So now we have a new order that's replaced the previous one. And we are trying in this new order to resolve problems effectively. And I truly believe that the courage to build peace requires reaffirming our values, the values of human rights and the dignity of a human being, which cannot be the subject of any relativism. It requires recommitting to these values in all these situations which I managed to which I mentioned, to build peace and stability, and to offer people concrete solutions. Now, the next type of courage is to assume responsibility. Now, when we speak of all these challenges, when we speak of the common good, when we speak of the climate, education, inequalities, we can say that we know a lot. We see so much. We have every single expert is telling us in great detail about the situation of our world today. If we find ourselves weaker today, it's because too often we have challenged the truth, challenged facts to give preference to the short-term interests, sometimes give preference to narrow interests. And this has led to a loss of faith, and that is a fact. Inequalities today have increased once again in the world, among countries, within countries. Our contemporary capitalism is dysfunctional. It has produced a level of inequalities that is unprecedented. We are no longer capable of dealing with the new forms of poverty and inequality. It's a lack of equality of opportunities, inequality, gender inequality, inequality between regions, inequality in access to health, climate inequality, when we speak of the most vulnerable countries or the poorest regions who have been affected even more by global warming or a reduction in biodiversity. On all these topics, last year I presented an agenda proposed for the G7 and the determination to put combat against inequalities at the very heart of that agenda. I just wanted to report to you on it very briefly. I think that this is a collective contribution that we can make on this, so that a response begins to emerge for us to accompany the collective engagement that we saw on the SDGs. It's to move away from the short-term thinking and to try to make systemic changes. We committed collectively, first of all, to have a very assertive agenda for Africa, for the Sahel, for its security, stability, development, and more broadly, to have a true security, development, and reciprocity agenda with Africa. It's against this backdrop that next June we will have an Africa-France summit based on partnership and the involvement of civil society in this process. Next, it's an agenda that puts gender equality at the center. In Biarritz, we launched an initiative of some 250 million euros to support women entrepreneurs in Africa. And we will make sure that this project is quickly implemented. It's an initiative that is initiated by African women, operated by African development banks, and for which the major economic powers have decided to invest in it in order to support it. We supported the fund of Dr. Muguwe to protect the victims of sexual violence, launched the Global Partnership for Equalities that we have expanded during this General Assembly. It consists for states who choose to join it, to take at least one national measure for the benefit of women by using best practices around the world. This combat for equality between men and women is essential because we haven't even won that fight in our own societies. The killing of women continues in France, just as in so many other states. We must define a legal status for this, define it as a crime, and take steps to eradicate it, even more than we have done so far. Because we see in so many states, we see backsliding of equality between men and women. We see women's rights to dispose of their body challenged everywhere. Where we see inequalities between men and women become a fact, it's a step backwards for civilization. It's terrorism that wins. It's backwardness that wins. It's a step back for education and for growth. It's step back for economic growth, because it is to deprive countries of the potential for economic growth and richness. That is why we strongly support the United Nations on this agenda. Three principles of action: emancipate, protect, and ensure true equality. We have taken steps with a view towards the Forum Generation Equality that will take place in Paris in 2020. 25 years after the Beijing Declaration, which marked the history of our organization at the time. 25 years later, there can be no question of backsliding or taking a step back. We need to move forward. Now, this battle and this courage to assume responsibility is also something that we need to think of when we talk of healthcare. And here, too, we are seeing too much backsliding, too many steps back, too much difficulty in accessing healthcare in too many regions of the world. Even today, in spite of the efforts, on the 10th of October, in Lyon, there will be a conference to reconstitute the fund to combat AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. It is at this tribune in 2002, Kofi Annan called on the establishment of a fund to combat inequality in the face of combating mortal diseases. And that was achieved with the help of the G8. Over 30 million lives have been saved thanks to this fund. we are on the verge of eliminating major pandemics, and in the next few years we might be able to save 16 million people more. It's simply to state that it is inconceivable that for financial reasons or unequal access, there can be no question that people shouldn't be able to have access to treatments to prevent or to cure a specific disease, or to prevent these diseases from spreading again. It's inconceivable. This is why in Lyon we need $14 billion. We have 3 more weeks, and we are going to work as hard as possible to make sure that this global fund is reconstituted and enables us to meet our ambitions. Now, lastly, on the climate, because here again we need to fight against inequalities, and is one of the topics on which the courage of assuming responsibility must be demonstrated. Basically, there's a constant paradox on climate, and we're collectively kind of becoming jaded to it. We've established a framework. We give our young people the possibility of speaking their minds, and we tell them it's great to hear what you have to say to us, and at the same time we keep acting just as we have in the past without changing anything. That cannot continue. And I want to say that with regard to the combat against climate change and loss of biodiversity, we need to take concrete steps. We need to change our collective approach. We need to strive to change the way we act together with our entire society's investors.
First of all, we need to focus on our ambitions. This is crucial if we want to seek to bring the temperature increase below 2 degrees Celsius. In 2020, we need to take key decisions in the area, in particular, of carbon tax, with a real minimum price, with taxes, and this is absolutely crucial. We need to focus on this agenda. These courageous decisions are important, and they need to be taken right now. We need more broadly to involve all countries in focusing on being carbon neutral by 2050. President Piñera just talked a few moments ago to you, and he talked about this. We need to continue to work on this crucial strategy. India has just said that it is prepared to get on board with this agenda, this coalition. And I know that China is very keen to focus on climate. It has done so over the past few years. I know that together, if we focus on carbon neutrality, we can fundamentally change things to meet our objectives. To this end, the COP25 in Chile and then the COP26 that will take place in Europe will be decisive events. The second thing is to bring together our agendas and our actions. And this is what I said yesterday. We cannot say, well, we're doing everything brilliantly, it's absolutely fine, and at the same time continue to depend on coal in so many countries. It is crucial that each and every country, with the assistance of the international community, with good financing and respecting all the different components of our society and understanding their limitations, of course, but it is important that each country move on from coal. And then it is crucial that the major countries of this world stop financing new polluting facilities in developing countries. Today, we are continuing to export financing, and there are so many projects in developing countries financed by developed countries that open up new polluting structures. And in a way, we're saying to developing countries, we're saying to the poorest countries, well, for you, climate change isn't a thing. You can continue to pollute. It's all right in your country. That is inconsistent. That is irresponsible. Let us be clear. We need to involve all of our development banks, as we sought to do on Sunday, by refocusing financing onto sustainable development. Everywhere in Asia, in Africa, on the American continent, in the Pacific, the future of energy production is also to move on from coal and to no longer depend on this. In the same way, there is a need for us to build a climate fund that really meets these challenges. Now, in a few weeks' time, there is going to be the reconstitution in Paris of the Climate Fund, and I would urge our major partners here to provide crucial financing. There are many countries, including ourselves, that have doubled our inputs. Please do take that commitment. It will be decisive. And on this topic of consistency, as I said yesterday, we can no longer have commercial strategies that are promoting free exchange, that just promote their own agendas and don't take into consideration climate change. I believe in having free exchange, but I don't think that this must be unreasonable. It must be reasonable. It must include the carbon neutral, carbon zero focused and zero deforestation. So at each and every stage, we must find compensation measures, but we can't force some countries to make efforts and continue to trade with those who don't do so. We can't continue to make statements from this podium and continue to import those products that run against this at the very same time. It's not going to change overnight. France itself too often imports products that lead to deforestation. And that involves changes, deep-rooted changes. It involves partnerships and strategies with the countries of origin, with our businesses, with our finances. I'm not saying to you that everything's fine in France and we've done everything absolutely fantastically. No, far from it. But however, if collectively we are not transparent, we are not responsible, and if we do not insist on being consistent between our words and action, and if we do not marry up climate and trade, then we are never, ever going to achieve it. It is going to take some years, but it needs to be started now. And there are two topics on climate that I would like to underscore here before concluding. If we want to be successful in this battle, forests and oceans, these battles are absolutely crucial in reducing CO2 emissions and maintaining our biodiversity equilibriums. On these two global issues, we are currently losing the fight, losing the battle. On forests, yesterday, through everybody's commitment, I believe we took an important step forward in terms of defending the Amazonian forest and the African forests. So the reserve of primary forests of our planet. We have countries who have taken commitments, and France has underscored that. I would like to underscore Germany and Norway's commitments. There are major countries, there are international organizations, there are NGOs, and there are most countries affected by by the Amazon as well. I don't want to go into more detail there. May all those who wish to join, but we need to move forward. We need to make progress. And by the Santiago COP meeting, we are going to ensure that we can invest closer to the ground. We'll be pragmatic again to promote products that promote reforestation and all of these different projects to help the Amazon and the African forest, including the Congo Basin, that help to preserve the forest, are absolutely crucial. Our combat is to combat destruction of biodiversity. We are seeking biodiversity, and there are challenges there. There are major events. There is the key Congress in France in 2020 and the COP in Beijing in 2020 as well. We need to have clear acts taken by 2020. On the oceans now, we are absolutely struck by the recent report of the IPCC. It is absolutely devastating. We are currently losing the battle. In Biarritz, we started to build coalitions with major transport countries who are seeking to reduce the speed of things. And that is just the start. We are very far from winning. Now, I'd like to talk about what we were doing for the primary forests. And here I want to talk about the oceans now. We're taking specific actions, and we need to do so in order to win the battle. We're talking about initial change, initial actiontation. But I want to say very forcefully here, what we are trying to do collectively is crucial. We are collectively trying to change our collective organizations, political, economic, and social ones, to reduce inequalities and, even better still, to prevent them. I don't believe that the right response to contemporary growing inequalities in the area of climate and healthcare and education take place in each country through taxation. No, it's through education, access to healthcare, and it is also through more international cooperation and a robust agenda to combat inequalities. However, fundamentally, that means we need a reconciliation agenda. What we are seeing in front of our eyes is, on the one hand, ongoing rhetoric to denounce things. And this, I do hear it, and it pushes us to act. But we mustn't denounce things anymore. Our predecessors denounced things previously, and they set up a group of experts. But this is just a rhetoric. And what is there apart from that? But what there is there's a degree of comfort with doing nothing, with inaction. And there, right in the middle of this, is the group that is perhaps a bit uncomfortable with what people are trying to do. No, let us build this agenda of reconciliation together and forcefully with our public opinion, with our young people, with our businesses, with our investors, with governments of good faith, to say we have the facts, let us continue to establish the facts, and let us henceforth change our consumer habits, our production habits, our investment habits, our governmental habits, and our citizens' habits, so that collectively we can be involved in this agenda for change. But staying in this tandem of denunciation and inaction will lead to nothing. I believe very firmly that this courage to assume responsibility is to look at things straight in the face and to say what can be done immediately. We realise that some things are going to take time, because in all of our countries there are producers who are dependent perhaps on products that aren't very good. We have also people who live in difficult areas and they have to move around, and we can't put all the blame on them. We rather need to help them to change. We need to propose solutions to them through technological innovation, through investment, by a true agenda to combat social and climate inequalities. This agenda for reconciliation is what we need. That is what I'm going to implement in France. It's what we need to implement in Europe. It's what we need to build right here. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what I wanted to share with you. I believe in this courage to assume responsibility, and more broadly, I believe in this return of courage. I do believe that we have no other choice in any case. We have to work together. Our grandmothers changed. Undoubtedly, they're a bit less, they're perhaps more complicated than previously, and they understand that there are various topics: healthcare, education, climate. Here we're all aware that we are going to have to be accountable. But I do not believe anymore in pessimism. It's too easy. I do not believe anymore in division. I believe in our ability to propose things, to reflect, to think together, to build this agenda for reconciliation, which everywhere will enable us to find a good taste for the future as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic for the statement just made. May I request representatives to remain seated while we greet the head of state. Okay, my last one, right? This assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency, please. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Željko Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. You have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President Mohamed Bande, please allow me to first of all congratulate you on your election as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. I will also use the opportunity to thank Mr. Maria Fernanda Espinosa Garcia, the previous President of the General Assembly. I would like to emphasize the importance of the current moment. Amidst quite complex political and geopolitical circumstances, we will next year celebrate the 75th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. This organization has faced numerous challenges in the past. I believe that United Nations General Assembly sessions have always been an opportunity to bring together leaders of different countries and have them share their opinions and views on the world situation, and in particular to find optimal solutions to contemporary global challenges and problems. In that respect, the United Nations have also faced escalation of conflicts in different areas in 2019, including a major migrant and refugee crisis, followed by terrorism and violent extremism, as well as other forms of violence perpetrated by various extremist groups. There is also the issue of implementation of the Agenda for Sustainable Economic Growth and Sustainable Development, which will be discussed at this session as well. Mrs. President, United Nations established the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development as a platform where political leaders agree on recommendations regarding the sustainable development matters. This year's forum session was held in July 2019, where my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, for the first time presented the Voluntary National Review as part of monitoring of the implementation of sustainable development goals in the country, thus sharing our experiences in accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. By adopting the 2030 Agenda, Bosnia and Herzegovina has committed itself to initiating a systematic monitoring and supervision process for the implementation of this global agenda that integrates the social, economic, and environmental dimensions of development. Bosnia and Herzegovina takes the view that the successful implementation of the 2030 Agenda requires an agreement on foreseeable, coherent, and sufficient funding to achieve sustainable development goals. For these reasons, we believe that the achievement of the 2030 Agenda goals should strongly and qualitatively contribute to eradication of poverty, reduction of world hunger, protection of the environment, and handling of the evident climate changes. Bosnia and Herzegovina sees the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development and its transformative nature as an opportunity and a mechanism of change, aiming to comprehensively promote the social, economic, and environmental aspects of the life of our population. We therefore hope that the review of implementation activities for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Bosnia and Herzegovina will be finalized by the end of 2019 and submitted to the high-level political forum to be held in the coming years. Bosnia and Herzegovina believes that the present time offers a special opportunity to change the course of development by creating a self-sustaining environment that will benefit everyone. It is a great honor for Bosnia and Herzegovina to be a part of this transformational agenda as a sovereign country and provide our contribution within the worldwide countries family. Successful cooperation with the United Nations encourages our implementation of the 2030 Agenda, which presents an opportunity for Bosnia and Herzegovina to share our own experience, lesson learned, as well as challenges and practices on important life issues with the other United Nations member states, and contribute towards strengthening of international cooperation. Activities related to the Euro-Atlantic integration process in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as the alignment of the BiH socio-political system with the EU acquis communautaire, are at the center of political developments in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as the country is committed to continuing its activities to stabilize the situation and accelerate the initiated reform processes. The European Commission's opinion on Bosnia and Herzegovina's EU membership application is a very accurate record of all the reforms required. Some of the reforms require the avoidance and annulment of the existing systemic discrimination against the citizens of my country, which unfortunately is set out in certain provisions of the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as provisions of various legislative acts. Bosnia and Herzegovina will have to undergo a process of maturation in order to reach such a political level that those necessary reforms can be implemented without major socio-political strains. Furthermore, Bosnia and Herzegovina is actively contributing to regional security efforts in our region. In that respect, I would like to assure you that Bosnia and Herzegovina is a reliable, serious and determined partner to the United Nations, the European Union and NATO. We are particularly determined to strengthen the European security area. We are committed to fight organized crime, combat terrorism and violent extremism, as well as illegal migration, and to protect the security of national borders in terms of migration management. With regard to international challenges of the modern times, Bosnia and Herzegovina particularly emphasizes its commitment to global efforts to combat terrorism and violent extremism. In addition to internal reforms, Bosnia and Herzegovina also focuses on strengthening regional cooperation, especially when it comes to infrastructure projects in the communication, transport and energy sectors. Internationally, Bosnia and Herzegovina is active within the United Nations and organizations such as the OSCE, the Council of Europe, SEPTA and other various regional initiatives. We would like to emphasize that Bosnia and Herzegovina in the previous period had a prominent and active chairmanship of the SECP regional initiative and MARRI, where it invested additional efforts and provided an active impetus to the regional approach to facing current challenges. Bilateral relations between Bosnia and Herzegovina and the neighboring countries are at the top of our foreign policy priorities. That should be the foundation for continuous improvement of cooperation based on mutual interest and the principle of equality, respect for one another, and respect for state sovereignty and territorial integrity. The above might lead to conclusion that the relations between Bosnia and Herzegovina and the neighboring countries are good and intensive. However, due to particular policies of our neighbors, we occasionally witness their activities aimed at realization of their own political interests within Bosnia and Herzegovina. That causes unrest and produces a degree of destabilization in my country, which is neither good nor does it contribute to development of the desired good neighborly relations. Mrs. President, the United Nations has primary responsibility for world peace and security. One should not lose sight of the interactive interdependence and complexity of the relationship between peace and security, development and cooperation, and especially the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. With the increasing number of conflicts becoming progressively more complex, we are aware that the United Nations is facing a number of challenges, especially on the African continent and the Middle East. In order to find an adequate solution to numerous crises, Bosnia and Herzegovina supports the United Nations' efforts to strengthen the preventive diplomacy sector within the Political Affairs Department. It is of particular importance that all disputes be resolved peacefully, as stated in Article 33 of the Charter of the United Nations, which expressly requires that disputes be resolved peacefully and with goodwill to resolve such disputes. United Nations and Security Council resolutions represent one form of support for such peaceful settlement of various disputes between the countries. Bosnia and Herzegovina continuously monitors these phenomena and, to the best of its ability, strengthens its capacities in the fight against terrorism, international crime, and narcotics production and trafficking, as well as trafficking in human beings occurring within the framework of migration movements. Bosnia and Herzegovina strongly condemns violent extremism and terrorism in all its forms and finds all acts of extremism and terrorism, regardless of their form, motivation, and perpetrators, to be criminal and unjustifiable. Bosnia and Herzegovina is committed to the full implementation of all UN Security Council resolutions aimed at bringing persons involved in the financing, planning, preparation, or commission of terrorist acts to justice. Mr. President, bearing in mind the direct correlation between security and sustainable development and the central role the United Nations has in the process of peace building and the creation of basic conditions for the development of post-conflict societies, I would like to emphasize that Bosnia and Herzegovina supports the United Nations' direct activities in stabilizing post-conflict societies by building and strengthening institutions, especially those in the field of the rule of law, protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, security, reintegration and reconciliation processes. Bosnia and Herzegovina expresses its concern about the ongoing escalation of violence in the world, especially in the Middle East, and I take this opportunity to call for an end of combat activities and for the finding of peaceful solutions. Bosnia and Herzegovina has a principled view that the protection of civilians, respect for human rights and humanitarian law are a necessary priority in international relations. Bosnia and Herzegovina's foreign policies focused on maintaining and promoting lasting peace and security in all parts of the world. The activities of Bosnia and Herzegovina in terms of international relations are based on the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, the Helsinki Final Act, and other Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe documents, as well as generally accepted principles of international law. Bosnia and Herzegovina has either ratified or successfully taken on the most significant international documents in this field and is ready for full cooperation with other countries, both within relevant multilateral organizations and initiatives as well as bilaterally, in order to effectively combat proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their means of deployment. Bosnia and Herzegovina also advocates all general positions in terms of promoting and supporting all realistic and effective ideas that will lead to the ultimate goal, which is the world without nuclear weapons. In accordance with the obligations arising from the provisions of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, regarding the prevention of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their means of transport, Bosnia and Herzegovina is focused on fulfilling its commitment with an emphasis on strengthening dialogue and non-proliferation cooperation on mass destruction, as well as various forms of regional cooperation. Bosnia and Herzegovina explicitly opposes provision of any support to non-state actors and entities seeking to develop, procure, produce, possess, transport, transfer, or use nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons and their means of transfer. Furthermore, we actively and directly contribute to the United Nations peacekeeping missions, one of the most visible components of the United Nations. As a sovereign country that attaches particular importance to peacekeeping missions, Bosnia and Herzegovina best demonstrates its participation and commitment to peacekeeping through its involvement in United Nations and NATO peacekeeping missions. Bosnia and Herzegovina welcomes the commitment of the United Nations to support the participation of women in peacekeeping missions. I would like to point out with particular pleasure that we are one of the few countries that has been fulfilling its stated goals for a long time, that is, over 20% of women participating in peacekeeping missions. Mrs. President, I would particularly like to point out that the agreement on suppression of sexual exploitation and abuse was signed on January 10, 2019 between the United Nations and Bosnia and Herzegovina, which obliged my country to hold everyone responsible, whether civilian or uniformed, for all forms of sexual exploitation and abuse in United Nations peacekeeping or other humanitarian operations, including support for a zero-tolerance policy towards this type of deviant behavior. International legal framework is the starting point to exercise the rights of a child, and the International Convention on the Rights of the Child is a fundamental instrument to determine the legal framework and policies of the countries that are parties to the Convention, which focus on addressing the issues of the rights of a child. The country program 2015-2019 between UNICEF and Bosnia and Herzegovina is particularly important as it further contributes to the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, as well as the Development Agenda for the period following 2015. Racial discrimination, as well as other forms of discrimination, is insufficiently regulated by the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Still, these deviant phenomena are referenced through several features of criminal offences within the criminal legislation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as lower levels of government. that clearly expresses the commitment of the authorities in Bosnia and Herzegovina to respect the human rights of all citizens who live there, as well as permanently resident aliens or aliens granted temporary residence on the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina, with respect to all principles of mutual tolerance. However, as I said earlier, certain provisions providing for systemic discrimination remain in the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina, as established in the 4 judgments of the European Court for Human Rights in Strasbourg, in the Sejdic-Finci, Zornic, Pilav and Schlak cases, as well as the European Commission's opinion on Bosnia and Herzegovina's EU membership application. Bosnia and Herzegovina must provide for constitutional reforms as well as reforms of various laws in order to meet the European standards, which is the equality of all citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina in all aspects of life. Such action will require the agreement of domestic political actors to remove obstacles to the continuation of the process of integration into the European Union. In the area of trafficking in human beings, a comprehensive and multidisciplinary action plan to combat trafficking in human beings in Bosnia and Herzegovina for the period 2016-2019 aims to improve the support system for combating trafficking in human beings in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We will further modernize this plan and prepare a new one for the coming period. Mrs. President, the rule of law and international law are firmly established in the provisions of the Charter of the United Nations, which is the very foundation of this organization. Bosnia and Herzegovina is committed to promoting the rule of law at all levels, national, regional, and international, and firmly committed to contributing towards the building, strengthening, and full respect of international law, including human rights and international humanitarian law. Therefore, I would like to assure you that Bosnia and Herzegovina is committed to respecting its international obligations. That is very important for our contribution to the comprehensive development, preservation and maintenance of peace, and the promotion of human rights, fundamental freedoms and sustainable development. Bosnia and Herzegovina is fully cooperating with the International Criminal Tribunal residual